as well as a number of modules that we need to cover. And I wrote this lecture for today to just document the stuff that we are covering. And today we're going to start off with the text to audio modules. That is the script that I wrote to just basically convert a text file, whether the input file is any information that someone could pass on, and then it converts it to MP3 player, and then after that when it plays that MP3 file. And if the MP3 file already exists, it just does not do anything with it except play it, because the file already exists. It doesn't need to convert it. So this is the actual script. I'll show you the script here. And then here I'm explaining the PDF version of this script. And as you can see, the indentation, everything is correctly there. So if I just cut and paste this information to a script, then I have to make sure that that indentation doesn't get lost, because when you execute it, it will be a problem. But writing this is one thing, running it on different environment, whether you're doing it on Pycharm or you're doing from command line, or you're cutting, pasting it somewhere else, you just have to make sure that it follows the Python rules in terms of the indentations, and then the syntax and semantic. All of that has to be accurate in order to run it. So in this explanation, I'm talking about this input file could be anything. You could give any input file, and the system is going to look for a number of modules, and then those modules has to be loaded. And then here, if I did not import these modules, because originally I had imported, and so I have to import the gTTs modules as well, and then the play sound modules there with import. And then it is just using a couple of functions. Maybe one function is called the diff main. The function name is main. So it reads one input file and data file. And then after that one, it sets the language. The reason I'm importing OS and sys is because later on I check for the number of arguments that are passed on to the system from the main. So you're on the main part of the script, you're checking if name is equal main. This is the magic method that is defined within Python that checks for, and whatever is the name of the main, then it's going to check to see if this f underscore name underscore is equal to underscore main underscore, then it's going to check for validity of whether you passed on a proper argument to the input to the script. If it is less than 2, then it gives you a please provide the input file. Otherwise, it's going to just look at the information, and then main arg sys is just going to get the value of where the output file should be created, and then the main sys.argv1 would give you get the input and pass it on to main here to the data file. Then the data file is going to be checked if os.path.is file out file exists. If the MP3 file exists already, don't create it again. If it doesn't create it, then just go ahead. If the OS path already exists, then in this case, I don't need to do further checking. I need to just read the content of the data file, and then play it afterward. And then play it afterward is this section where it checks for OS is NT, like Windows. Windows would be NT, POSIX would be Linux or Unix or Mac. So os.name, if it is equal to dash dash equal, meaning that if the OS name is a version of Windows, any version of Windows, then it's going to return to NT. And then at that time, it has to use the OS binary called start, which you can start any file, whether it's a Word document, PDF files, MP3 files. You pass on that file to the start command, and then the start will just run it into display it. And if the OS name is POSIX, then it's going to just use another binary because that's for Unix, and PG3 123. This by default does not come with some of the OS versions. You have to download the package and install it, similar to like the MP3, similar to like the Google text to, Google text to speech recognition. And then similar to Playground, similar to Pycharm. But some of the OS and SES and math, and those ones are part of the standard Python modules, so you don't have to download those ones. And then the way you download these ones are on using PIP. I'll show you also that one today, how to do that one with installation of PIP. So we can just get going on this one. And then, so if the OS is POSIX, which is Linux or Mac or Unix, Solaris, for example, Oracle Solaris 11 or Mac OS X or CentOS 7, Ubuntu, any other distribution of Linux or Unix version, then you have to use the MPG 123. You could also use the Python play sound modules to play images as well. And if the other OSs that is out there that is not recognized as part of this one, then you just say that unknown OS type. Because if there's, let's say, DEC OS F1 of Unix that was not recognized as POSIX, or maybe as a IBM mainframe or something, one of those old legacy VAX VMS, then you have to just say, me just say unknown OS type, and then later on you could recognize what binary is that MPG3, is it Playground, and which one you have to do it. Then you handle that subroutine with that context over there. And then everything else here is just showing you how to do it. So, and then this part example, providing the, so I'm giving 3 or 4 different examples of this script, excuse me. One of them is the Ronaldo.txt, which I get the information from wiki page, and then just get a snippet of the file from that image, and then cut and paste it there, and then do the same thing. The other one is a messy.txt example, and then the other one is pip-h, which is you run it from the command line. You generate that file, text file, and then the fourth one is python-h. But you can also do any other one. We will example that one there. Module discussion today is gTTs, the Google text-to-speech recognition, Playground modules. These two are not part of the default Python modules. You have to download the modules using a PIP, and then once you download it, then you can use it. The OS module is part of the Python default modules that comes with Python installation. SES is similar and the same. And then the sub-process. The sub-process I might be covering some of it today and then some of it next Saturday, because this is a lot of topic to just cover in one day with so many modules to discuss with. And then Python scripting, command line parameter, I'm going to cover that one, doing from command line, passing arguments. Like, for example, when we use this speech, how you pass on to the argument. And then the same thing if you run it from Pycharm IDE, how you pass on the argument to these commands. I'm going to cover that one. And then show you the control over the MP3 audio pillars, how we're going to do that. And then OS related binaries to play MP3 pillars. And then in addition to all that, we're going to also cover, I'm going to demo the virtual environment. Virtual environment I'll discuss when we get there. What is virtual environment? What are the benefits of it? Why do you need virtual environment? Basically, you need virtual environment because you might have different version of Python because you're working on a project that different developers are involved, and then maybe one person is running Python 2.7, the other one is running Python 3.6, or Django, or MySQL, or any other PIP install. Maybe you use the gTTs, Google Text-to-Speech module, the other person is doing something else. And then maybe they are doing graphics or something that they don't need to have these modules. In order to set up your environment, you could create a virtual environment. Virtual environment, VENV stands for virtual environment. And then there's a newer version of it called PIP. I'll discuss that as well there. And then using PIP, we're going to download the packages. So we will discuss those today as well. And then the benefit, I talked about it on different platforms. Maybe we will show you one example of this on Windows and one is on Linux, CentOS 7. So that was a summary of what will we be covering today. And then this is the script actually that I have it in text. Notice the indentation, everything is there. So when you cut and paste it from your script, make sure that the indentation is not lost in the process. And here I'm explaining the input file for text to audio.scripts. And just for the record, I posted here where I get the input file. And the input file could be anything that you would like, and you want to paste it into the input of your scripts and run it and save it as a file. In this case, for example, for Cristiano Ronaldo, when I was getting the information from Wiki page, there's a lot of information here. Some of it, like these characters, might be harder to read for a text reader or image and just generate it. So if your Python script, when you write it, it does not recognize certain Unicode characters, then you just have to parse it differently. And for the sake of just time, I just did a smaller portion of this text file, like maybe cut and paste this much of it, or maybe the whole thing, and then just run it into the input file. One benefit of this text reader converter to an image that I wrote is that it gives you actually flexibility of, let me go back to this document here and then show you the same thing we did with Messi. This documentation is brought from a wiki page, as you can see, and then they're both considered the best player of the world at this time, and then so it just they have been performing currently. They're considered the best, and I wrote this information that they are considered the best players and as well as Pele and Maradona, and there's other players like John Cruyff, Ronaldinho, and other ones that you could look it up. And there's a lot of great players in the world, Zico and other ones that you could consider them one of their best, depending from what angle you look at it and what time frame they played. So in this discussion, let me just go back to the discussion of these environment variables, and then we have also lab activity for you, so you could practice at the lab time on these modules, and then you could use the PIP install that I do. You could do a PIP install on these modules, and then as you do, you could just open it up and look at the, some of the maybe syntax and methods, the modules that are, and there are the parameters that you could pass to each functions, and what are the methods, what are the magic methods, what are the variables that you could just use and everything. For this one, all of these you could use, and in addition, I'm putting here for speech recognition and OS and SIS. Notice when you do the speech recognition with, let's say with PIP install, it may not recognize speech recognition, and it's going to do a speech underscore recognition. And then when you just actually do the installation, at that time, you're going to use a PIP install speech underscore recognition. But then when you actually use the module, you say import a speech recognition, similar to the gTTs there. So when you are installing the module, you may use a gTTs, but when you're importing it, you're just using import and gTTs in lowercase, not in gTTs in uppercase, and the G lowercase. So that those are all of the details I'll show you at the time of PIP install. And then you're gonna use the os.system method to run some of the OS commands between the between different operating system. If you have installed Linux or Linux Mint or Sun Solaris on your PC as a virtual box, then you can practice those as well with the os.system is not the only command that you could use with OS. You could use the os.sys or sys modules, or os. Let's say get current working directory, or lessdir, or some other commands, name, os.name, all of those other methods that are there, you could play around with it. And if you have questions, ask me. So let me go back to the actual parts that I will cover right now. Okay, so this one, actually, I could just start off with the examples, the 4 examples here. That's the main program. We already went through the explanation of the program. So let me start off with opening the file and go through example 1. Example 1, so you could do it from 2 different environments. One from within Pycharm and one from within Windows command prompt here, since I have the script here. So I'm going to go to pasadena.edu directory, and then here I am going to go CIS-012 directory, and then inside here I have the gTTs directory. In Windows, you don't have to type in on the OS level. You don't have to type in lowercase or uppercase. So I could have just done cd to gTTs, and that would go still to the same one, because it's this level OS is taking care of the case sensitivity for you. Everything you type in automatically converts to uppercase, and then it finds it there. but it is not case sensitive at this level. But Unix, you have to be very careful because everything you type in is case sensitive. Unix and Linux and Mac, all of them, or Mac actually is like Windows. It allows you to type in lowercase and it does find it. But there are other programming languages and other things that you write it in Mac also that maybe and just checking for case sensitivity. So it depends on the things, the work that you do, the task that you do. So let's see on the gTTs here. We have a number of Python scripts. And then if I just want to know the last program that I wrote for it, the latest one, which is this one, text to audio. If it doesn't show in that order, you could do a dir /o /d and then :o. I'm sorry, dir /o, the option, and then d. And then that would show you the last stuff. And then if I want to say store.py, it's going to show me all the py script that lately I have modified. So I'm going to show you the MP3 file. So if I just look similar to that one, store.txt, and then there's a number of files that I generated as text file. You could just play around with the same script. The nice thing, earlier I mentioned about it, and I said, I'll go back to this later and I'll show you. The nice thing about this is that you could just make your data file with, let's say, the directory, and then say dir.txt, and that would just, this dir.txt I just created has a list that will read that one for you if you give it as input. And if you say help, let's say this syntax, you want to just get information on this one, you just say dir help, and then just give it the output as a help.txt, and then help first, not dir, because help is actually giving you the help command. So you could do this, and then now type help.txt. Will just show you that output. I could just give that one to my script as command and just generate it. So here, the text to demo.py, also, as you can see, depending on the input file, for example, even the text to audio.txt, this part type text to audio.txt. Cat is concatenation for Unix and Linux command, similar to type. On Unix, you can use cat, you can use page, you can do more, you can do less. All those commands are there. And then this is another input file. So right now I'm showing you the input files. And then if I do the dir/o :d and then star.py, I could say text to audio.py. Okay, so this text to audio, as you can see, it is going to look for 2 arguments. So if I just run it from the command line, say, just run this one with Python. Now, notice that I'm saying Python and then give a module name or Python script name, in this case, text to audio.py, and then right away it's going to check, but then since I did not give the enough arguments to it, it's going to say you did not provide argument to it, right? And I'm going to open Pycharm, Pycharm. And while that one is getting open, I'm going to run the first example from the command line. Then we run another example from within Pycharm environment. So the first thing that I'm going to do is here, show you the messy.txt file. And here you see that, let me just open another command prompt. I could just open it from Notepad here, You could use a notepad from the command line to open it, or use it from this screen from Explorer. So if I just go back to my CS directory, which I'm already there, and then go to here, and then look for the file messy, and let me just type in star.txt, and that way I just filter it to the shorter list. And then even that is a long list, but I have somewhere here Messi and Ronaldo right there. If I just want a specific, like want to say Messi, for example, only, I could say Messi star.txt, and then I don't have to know the rest of the name, how it was there created. I could do that. So this is the file that we want the text reader to read it at this time. And then to convert it first to MP3 if it's not already there, and then later on it runs it. And so notice that on the command line, if I just run it the first time, a Messi star dot, since I run it already, it already created the MP3 file. So the script is smart enough to say, if it was generated first time, don't just regenerate it again. It's gonna just play it, okay? And then I'm going to just open up the text to reader, actually notepad, notepad, and then I'm going to say text to audio.py. So this is the actual script, and right here you can see that I'm importing from gTTs, import gTTs. So that cut and paste of portion, I might have taken it from here, and it was missed on the PDF file. I just have to update that one within the command line later. I'll make that update, but it is already in the script. So it is going to load it, as you can see here. If I just type it, you can see it is loading it. And then since the file for Messi already exists, it's gonna just run it. Let me run the script without the argument. So it shows this one, which I already did, but I'm going to just make this screen bigger and clear my screen. And then I'm gonna say, just go ahead, run it before giving any argument. And then since the argument is not there, it just says that part where it did not find the input file. So at this time, I'm gonna say dir of Messi dot text, and this file is there. So running this script again, but I'm gonna give an input file of Messi.txt. It's gonna just run it, and since the file is already there, it just says, okay, I'm just going to not generate it again. I'm gonna open up the MP3 files and play it. So it's gonna open it up here, and as you see, you have a control here with the
Lionel Andrew copyright is Messi pronunciation. Dyer since day 3/4 BCE. Dyer is Messi. About this sound is A for the 24th of June 1987. It's an Argentine professional football. The Argentina national team.
So you have control here you can go back and you can go forward. You can just click where you want to start off.
Competitive debut age 17th October 2004. He established as a self-technical club within the next 2 years. His first uninterrupted season in 2008.
So then you could just move it up to the last part.
Assumed the captaincy of Barcelona in 2018.
And as you can see, I could move it to this. Now I have control to play it again from where I want to do it and then listen to it there. So this this is basically good for, you could pause it and control it. This is good for any text reader information. This script will just help you just learn Python also. You just generate information and let it read for you. You could fall asleep while you're listening and then have fun. Or maybe just a novel or something that you like, you just pass it on as argument. You could put anything, dictionary or something to learn a new language and then just read it for you. And then the language, I like the sounds of fit the way it is there. Google, IBM, and all these other companies, they're writing speech recognition software and they're automating it, whether it's Siri or anything. All of those ones are basically well-written modules. You don't have to rewrite the modules if it is already available. You don't write the Python compiler because you need to interact with OS or interact with sound or interact with device drivers. The same thing goes on with other modules that you import for Python and other scripts. Similar in any other programming language, when you're working on, let's say, C++ or Java, there's these include files that you do on maybe C#. You could also use a lot of the packages that you need to just download called namespace. Namespace is similar to Python import. So you just use the namespace, and then after you download whatever modules that you need to do, the namespace is going to do it. Similar, for example, the stdn syntax of C++ that you could do like cout or cn. You don't rewrite that modules because it is available. You just use them properly. And if you have to do these ones yourself, yeah, go ahead, do that one, but it is just reinventing the wheel, and then the code may just work for a particular one, and then it's not as universal as thousands of developers around the world has already worked on it, and they have made correction and updated, and there's millions of lines of codes on some of these modules, and to start from scratch, it does not make any sense. So just closing this one, and as you could see, the file that I was opening here, I could just show it at the time, and the page would just go ahead read it. And let's say this time I'm going to not have the MP3 pillars already created. Messy dot text is there, but I wanted the MP3 file. This one I'm gonna delete it. So you can see that the file date is timestamp of 5/23. Is my script is gonna just work or not? So I have to test that. So I'm gonna delete the messy.text, messy.text, messy.text.mp3. Now that the file is no longer there, if I do a dir, like previously it says file not found, so I'm going to run the same script with same output, Python text to audio messy.text. This time it's going to take a little bit longer because it does not find the mp3 files. It has to generate it first, and that's why you want to just check for existence of the file, mp3 file. If it does exist already, don't recreate it. And then if it doesn't exist, create it one time. The next time it runs the same script on same input file, it does not need to do it. So it just generated that one because this time the file was smaller in terms of maybe I think in this case the input file. So it's reading right here. So I'm gonna move forward. And I'm gonna close this also. And then right here, this time I'm going to do the command of dir and that file, dir, I'm going to do a dir messy.text.star or text star is going to show both of the file. So this mp3, as you can see, is 5:23 of 12 a.m. in the morning, and then I just run it now. It just created at 8:39 the new one. The size of the file on both of them are the same because the input file has that many lines of that many characters actually, and then you can see how much of that file was converted. And then the next one I'm going to show you using Python. So if I just go here and then already open that file here, last time, the nice thing about Pycharm, if you just did something, you loaded it, the first time it basically opens the same file. Otherwise, you go to the file and modules and download it and open it and then run it. Here, as you can see, I'm using these gTTs modules. Let me show you inside here on the Python. For example, on the command line here, if I show you here, like if I do a pip list, pip list is going to list all the modules that are already in the environment on this entire OS. So I'm not using a virtual environment, I'm using this. And if I just search for a particular one, say find/I, and then I'm looking for gTTs, let's say, that one I could just list that module here. And then sometimes when you run the Python PIP version, unfortunately, every time you run it, it's just going to say PIP needs to be just updated. So in order to do that one, you can see that the gTTs modules are already there. So I don't have, if I go to Python here and I say import gTTs, this will not work, but I type in, like I told you, gTTs in lowercase, it will find that module. So the name, when you download it, or gTTs with PIP, it's going to be recognized as gTTs and TTS in uppercase, and when you're doing inside import, it's lowercase. That's a little bit confusing for some people, but there's some modules like that that you are not getting exact name of what it is, so you just have to find it. And then I'll show you on Pycharm the IDE, how does that helps you to do that. So here, if you do import gTTs, and then now you have availability of dir and gTTs. If you just look at this modules, you can see how many packages are there. And just for the package name called .gtts, and notice that method is an uppercase, gtts. This one, there's a lot of stuff. One of them was like .save, that we had to use the method to save it MP3 players. And then there's other methods that you could use within your modules. There's a lot of these. Each one of them may require other parameters, other methods, and so on to give it. For example, like .save itself, it's having these methods. So each method that you do, the underscore string means one thing, and creating a new code or document for it, and so on. All of these informations are there for you to play around. If I just exit out of this, now I know that pip install is showing me these other modules that were there. And then I told you that by default, the OS and other ones are there. So if you're getting this message, just simply run Python -m pip install --upgrade, as it is providing you the syntax and pip. This will upgrade it. Next time when you run your command, it will not just complain. But again, tomorrow when you run it, even if you did it today, it does not say that, well, pip is up to date. And it may just be not up to date. You just have to do --upgrade after, and then it's going to find any versioning, anything that was not on your system, it's going to just upgrade it to that version. Okay, so at this time, it is doing the pip successfully. Uninstalled pip 20.1. Okay, so if there's like a 20.1.2 or something, it will just do that for you. Now it's, yeah, 20.1.1 is there. So original was 20.1, and now it's 20.1.1. So now if I just up arrow with this command, again, it's not gonna just give me this pip install upgrade option, because up to date. But tomorrow, if there's, or next week that you're running it, there's another version of it, it's just there. And then this one also, pip install, there's other options like -- format is equal, if you want to see it in legacy, which is that format, you could get the output there, and then you could do it also with columns. So the option you can see, legacy, choose from columns, freeze, JSON. So the legacy is no longer, legacy is no longer supported. You could do columns to get it, and then other options are JSON and other stuff that you could get it in Java. JavaScript object notation, basically the JSON. It's a Java-based object notation, which means like array and matrix and all the other options that are in Java. The format of it is supported that kind of syntax. So you could define a variable and then a value, an array, and array list of it and everything inside the JSON. Freeze is later on. I'm going to show you the option of freeze with PIP freeze to just actually get the list of. Actually, you could do a PIP freeze here. PIP freeze itself, and instead of a list, so this would just generate a list of all the modules that are currently available and then installed already. So I could put this one into a file called requirement.txt, and then later on export this environment for another maybe a virtual box or another Windows machine that I want to make sure whatever code I have, it works for portability options. You freeze the modules that you're working, so next time you don't have to do it on a different machine. Say, oh, you don't be surprised that when you work on MySQL on the other machine, on the next machine, the MySQL connector was not connecting to the database. It was not working. Or let's say something else like MySQL was not there. Something, I mean, a requester or something. So a lot of those modules that you are working, you could do the same thing using OS and Linux side and OS on Windows side, as well as the application that you're doing it. And the application part, when I do this one, how does it know that a gTTs is already imported? So you go in the IDE under File, and then there's something called settings. So file right here, settings, you click on setting, and then this one comes in, and then the project interpreter, the one that I'm currently working on, it opens up, and then all the list of packages that are installed already, like you do a PIP search, you will see it here. So this is really nice that it gives you this option. And if you click on this plus symbol for install addition packages, you could just get this dialog box. And then in this dialog box, you have all the options of other modules. So for example, if you are not seeing a PyNum in here, and then you say, okay, PyNum is already installed maybe. If it is not installed, you just click on it and then look at the modules that you're doing. And let me just say this one, for example. If it is not a part of the system, then you have this option of install package. And if you just click on it, it is going to go there. If it has any dependency, download the dependencies. And if it fails, it gives you option of what other package you should be installing first before you meet this requirement. The dependency has to be done first and then that order. So once it's done, it actually finds it on this list. So if I just go back here again and then say, I'm looking for gTTs, and then right away it says that here, and then notice that it is in color coded, meaning that it's installed already, the version that I have here. So if I go playground, you can see that this is not installed, and I could just click on install. So if I just click on install, that package will be there. Since I want that package to be installed, even though I'm not using in the Python script, I want to just show you how to install it from this command line and what is the nice thing about Python. Now it is already showing that it's in blue. It's actually showing that it is installing. So it is taking a little bit time, which at the same time, while this one is running, I could show you some Linux stuff here. Let me log in here. Okay, that is logging in. This one is still says installing. A little bit too slow for this. And going back to the Linux, we can come. Okay, actually, it just shows something here. No. Yeah, it's maybe it's waiting for something. Let me just make sure it doesn't wait for me on anything. Okay, so error occurred when installing package playground details. So I'm going to click on details to see what happened here. And pip install playground, none step existed. Collecting playground. Playground is there. Could not find version that satisfied the requirement. TNS flow on this program. Normally it is smaller than that. It gives you the actual package that you need to run. To run this command from the system, make sure that you do a correct version of PIP installed. So the PIP itself has to be there. So now since this GUI failed to install it, you also have options to do it at other level. So right here is another level that you could do to just run it. Let me make this screen. So Python console, and then this is my console. I need to open a terminal, and this is the virtual environment. You could see it right here, VENV. So for this environment that I have, I'd already opened a virtual environment for me. So if I do a dir here, and then notice that there's a lot of files here, and then dir, actually, if I do where, and then pip, you could see the pip version that is running, and it is under lecture VNV. This VNV that I'm getting here is my virtual environment, and then the scripts. So inside here, I have a number of files. Notice that gTTs is outside of that directory structure currently. And then all I could do is say pip list, and then do a find/i, and then look for playground. Similar to what we did on the command line here. So if that module is not there, I could do a pip install, and then the name of the module, playground, see if that would install it, or the complaints from here as well. It is looking for the modules and downloading the target zip files. These are files that are having the entire package, and tape archive, that's what those ones gonna zip. So collecting this, no matching distribution found, TensorFlow, and this. Collecting TensorFlow. Let's see if we can get the package called import PyTZ. No, not import, sorry. Pip search tensor. Actually, we could do PyTZ. See if PyTZ is a package that would provide that one. and then I could do a install on it. That's the time zone stuff. If any part of it is depend on that. And then while this one is going on, and within this virtual environment, I could look for here for playground, see if that one is installed here. So let's see if playground is there, playground. No, it's not there. So I could do the same thing, PIP, install playground, and then find out if I could do search playground first to see what package and what dependencies are there. So I could do it a pipe more here. Playground, decision. Pipe play might be also required for it. And then the Django. Pip install pipe play. So this one installed that package, okay. I'm going to do pip install pipe play. And then while this one is going on, I'm going to show you another part of this code when you're running it from Pycharm, interactive pipe play, already there or not there, and let's do install on it. Install. So here, if you are running this program the first time without passing the argument, it's not gonna just run, it's gonna say it needs an argument. So you go under run and click on the edit configuration and make sure that you pass on the name of the person that you wanna run and the text file for it, and give the text file information and save it. And since I did that one already, it's not gonna complain, and it's gonna just run it. So I'm going to run this one and go ahead, execute this. Right now it is running this. And while that one is running, I could say google.com. I could go to PyDoc, but this might be a faster way to find the dependencies of playground. So pip play, pip install.
Cristiano Ronaldo, Severo GOI.
And this is the file already open. Notice that this one is going to read a lot more because the file already existed. So I'm going to delete that file. Since it was 4 minutes or 5 minutes long, I just play it fast and then notice that I want to just do a smaller portion of this. So I'm going to close this one and then just go back on my input file here and do a check for Ronaldo. So as you can see, the pipe play also had some issue with downloading the proper pipe play modules. And then with this, when it happens, you just have to look to meet further dependencies. Somewhere here, there's some errors on these lines, tokenize, C colon, Python. I'm not going to go to each of these lines and look at why they're broken and how to fix it because it's too time consuming to just look at the package that are not working. Obviously, there's another version somewhere that we could use that version and download it and get it. Because when you, as a developer, whoever built the PyPlay, they put into a package as a tape archive a GANZIP file for it, which is like 11 kilobyte. It's not that big, but inside there could be hundreds of packages. And then inside each of these ones, you can see when it does the calls, for example, on line 9 of this setup.py script, it has errors and it's importing the package. And then right here, and then init for initialization, line 17 is complaining. So we're not going to go discuss how to fix a package that is broken because that's behind this class to begin with, and we don't have the time to cover those things. Second thing. And then I'm going to cover what is on the agenda today, and that way you could be, clear on what I'm going to show next. So if I do a dir Ronaldo together, I have a number of files here. Dir of Ronaldo, this, and I could just delete this big file. I'm going to just move it this time rather than deleting it. Ronaldo.text.mp3 to Ronaldo.text.mp3.old. I could just name it like that. The system did not find the file name. I always type in extra D here in Ronaldo. So Ronaldo there. So now it is there. If I just up arrow again with this command, I just see that there's no .mp3 because I rename it to .old. So as of now, I could run the script again here, and it's going to look at a smaller file set, which is this file, and then type. I already actually opened it here. You could see that this file is really small. So I'm going to run it here, and this time it's going to read it, and I'm not going to talk while it's reading because you know that content's already there. So it is going to generate the file first, the MP3 file, and right here it is showing that it is creating the file. And you can see the size of that file has already gone up.
Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro GLIH, European Portuguese, born in February 1985, is a Portuguese professional football who plays football for Syria on Juventus. Captains the Portuguese national team, following their best very widely regarded as one of the greatest players of all time. Ronaldo has won 4 European golden shoes.
So it read that one perfectly as we expected. And this is within Pycharm because we gave that information to the text file output here. Coming back here on this lecture, we already discussed the first two, and let's go to the third one. And this time we generate a pip-h output file from scratch, input file. So if I just do dir pip here dot text, I already have it, and then I already have the MP3. This time I'm gonna delete it, pip dash h star. That means delete the dot input file as well as dot MP3 file. So that would just delete those two, pip dash h. And if I just do the same thing there, now I notice that everything with pip was deleted. This pip dash h, pip dash help, pip dash anything. And then the dot text is fine. And then MP3, that's another example. So at this time, I'm gonna do a pip dash h to list it. First, to show you what it is going to do, pip dash h, it gives you this help for every pip commands that you could do, and then the description on the right side. So if I type in more here, you could see it on the screen really nicely. Pip and then command and option. For example, we are using pip install and then install the package name. Pip list to list it, pip freeze, pip cache, pip wheel, all of that one is there. So in order for me to generate a file out of this, I say greater sign and then say pip-h option dot text file. So that greater sign, it just says send the output of this one instead of the screen and the standard input standard output, send redirect this one to a pip-h file. So if I do a more pip-h.text, you could see that's the content of it. Now I'm going to use my command line here, and then I could just go use the Pycharm, or I could do the same command line. Let's just do this one from the command line. It's faster. In either case, it's not slower than the other one also. Text to audio dot. Notice there's no, now I have pip-h star. I only have the text file, no MP3 file yet, right? So what I'm going to do is run the text okay, sorry, my screen is clear screen. Okay, so I'm going to do dir pip-h dot star, and then only one file. So I'm going to say Python, which is the Python interpreter, text to audio, my script.py, and then the name of the input file is called pip-h.text. So this should generate the file, and right now so it's reading this. So I'm going to move it forward here. Read only the last. So this help actually shows you the syntax of what parameter you should pass on at what time and what arguments are required for it and what arguments are optional. And those kind of stuff is like reading documentation that's available within Python itself, within internet, within a lot of the browser. You could just search on it with docs.python.org website, and there's a lot of documentation out there. You could just do it. So we already covered the pip-h. Let's go to the Python example. So if we just close, notice the name of the file, it shows also here which file it's reading, the input file, and then the MP3 player is already created here. So if I do clear the screen, sorry, let me shorten the screen because I don't see the bottom of the screen here. Okay, now I do. So if I just do a dir of pip star, you can see the file that I just gave as input, and then the file that the script created as an MP3 player, and that was just created at 9:13 today. Let me give another example with Python, and then the dir Python. So if I look at Python text file, I'm going to delete these two files also, and delete python-h star. That would just delete the two files, and then I could just do a dir Python and only have the Python.txt file. So Python by itself is just going to go to the interpreter, but if I put a python-h, it's going to give me output file of the Python syntax. So like for example, -c would give you run the commands, and then -d for debug, and all those options that are there, whether you want to start interactively Python or just give the arguments to it. And here's the syntax: Python option, and these are options, and then the command-c just gave one line of commands. And if you gave more than one line, they're separated, as you can see on the -c options here. Program passed a string, terminated option by list. And then the -m modules, to just use the modules. We have been using PIP. We are going to use a virtual environment next, and then file name. If there's like my example of text to audio.py, you could do that one. And if any of the arguments that the script itself needs it, then you can pass it on that way. And these are all the options. So if I just do a dir python-h, there's nothing here right now. It says not found. I'm going to do this dir command-h, and I'm going to send it to a python-h.txt. I just generated that file, python-h.txt. It gives me the output. And if I just do this Python star, now I have this file as input. I'm gonna give the same thing. I could do it from here. All I have to do is say python-h.txt, which is this input. So this is Python. This is the module that I'm going to use. This is the argument to that module. And that's how those Python syntax was showing you. But in this case, I'm not going to do it from the command line. I'm going to do it within Pycharm. And then when you do it with Pycharm, if you look at this one, Let me go on edit configuration, and then this time, and instead of Ronaldo, I'm going to leave it blank. See if it finds the file Ronaldo and does it. So you have to save it, and then yeah, go ahead, save it the same name. That's fine. Okay, so now I go back to the run, and then I just check for edit configuration, and this is blank. So which means it has to come in to this part of my script, and it says you did not give me one argument that I was expecting. If sys.argv is less than 2, then it's gonna just complain, say, please provide me the input. So now let's run it. And right there, please provide the input file. So if you just change this one to a dot here to make it a sentence, and then run it again, automatically Python saves it. There should be a dot after file right there. So you know that it is working, and it is complaining about the input file. In this case, I'm going to give an input file by editing this configuration parameter. I'm going to call it python-h.text for the input that we just generated here, this input file. So if I just do more on it, on clear the screen, more on python-h.text, it is this information. So the script should be reading that information when we run it, because we did it here. So you say apply, and then OK, and then file, save. Already did the save because I applied it. Let's see if it does the change here. Edit configuration. Yeah, it is there. So you don't need to save it, because it when you apply, it applied it for it. So now I'm going to run the same script, text to audio. Looks like it's finding the file, input file, and it's trying to generate the MP3 player. Okay, it opened it, and it's going to show the name, and it's going to read it, but I'm going to pause it as soon as it starts.
Usage, Python, option, CCMD and not.
Let me pause it. So I want to show you a couple of things now on the gTTs package of the modules. So when we do the import gTTs from this package, all we are interested on this method. We're saying this is the package name, and this is the method we want to download. We could just say import gTTs, and then later on use gTTs.gTTs. It is a little bit too much typing. So rather than doing that one, you say from a gTTs package, import gTTs method. And now gTTs method is available here for you to do it. And then the method requires at least 3 arguments. One of the arguments is the name of the text file. The name of the text file, where I'm doing it is I'm using this function with with statement, which has a file descriptor that I open. And because when you use the with, the context manager of Python takes place, you don't have to do a fd.close. The file descriptor will be closed by Python context manager at the time that the function scope is terminated or ended. Right away, it closes that file descriptor. And then the file descriptor is basically opening the data file as read. And the data file is coming from the main by passing sys.arg v at the time argv sub 1. As you can see, it is passed here. Argv sub 1 will be the first argument, argv sub 2 would be the second. This is like a list of arguments that are passed on, and the first index is argv sub 0 is the name of your script. Argv sub 1 is the name of the parameter that you pass into your script. Argv sub 2 is the second parameter, and so on. And then argv sub at the entire array of arguments. This syntax is true of all programming languages that are supporting system calls. Basically, the sys modules is using the OS functionality of how the message passes is happening, and what are the file descriptors and how it reads each file with a standard input, a standard output, and a standard error. Those are information that are passed on. So your file descriptor 0 is pointing to the standard input, which is your keyboard and mouse. And then file descriptor 1 is pointing to the standard output, which is your display screen or output file that you could send. And then standard error is any error that are displayed. It could be also piped to different devices. Could be the display by default, or could be sent to another output file, or in the same place where the standard output is. And also you could send the information if you just don't need it to dev null. And that's syntax is provided with all OSs and all application, Python, C++, C, Java, everything. So once you learn it in one programming language, the concept is used everywhere. Here we're doing the gTTs method. I want to explain a little bit more here. So as you can see, I'm doing a file descriptor. When I open it, and then I say .read. The read function, once you open a file descriptor, there's a lot of method available for file descriptor. One of the method is read, another method is write. So if you're writing to the file descriptor, you have to do the method write. And there's multiple read line, write lines, and write line. All of those ones depend on whether you want to write one line or multiple lines. Those kind of information is out there. But at the same time, because this is object-oriented, if the file descriptor is the object, you could do object-oriented calls to the function, to that object. So file descriptor.read is the method that you want to use for the read. But then manipulate some more on this method to call the replace method. So this is for object-oriented. So you can concatenate other methods next to each other like this, or append to one method and then parse it, similar to piping on Unix or DOS on Windows. When I was doing a PIP install, I was doing a find. On Unix, you could do PIP install and then, or PIP list, search it, and then do a grep command instead of find command. But piping is the concept of one command becomes the input of the second command. The second command becomes the input of the third command, and so on. You're just basically filtering as you go to just look for whatever you want to do. In this case, this method read becomes the input of the method replace. And then I'm just looking at the file descriptor inside there. If there's any new line characters, I want to convert it to an empty space. Once you do that one, now your text is ready for the MP3 players to be converted to later on with a file. So at this time, I just create an object called my MP3. You could call it my object. You could do whatever you want to name it. The name is doesn't matter. And then call the gTTs method. That is the method that we import from the gTTs Google text-to-speech recognition, and basically that module. Then you just pass on one argument as text. What is the name of the text file? And then here I already converted the whole thing into one reading one into one text file. The whole string my text has contained all the information that was passed on into that file, and Ronaldo.txt or Python-h or anything else that you do. And then a string my text language is equal language. The language, you could have all kind of options, whether you want to use German, Italian, Persian. Persian is not currently on the list of the gTTs, but there's other languages, Portuguese and Brazilian, all kind of languages, Chinese and other languages that are supported. So you get a list of them by running gTTS-cmd, like last week I showed you the command lines version of it, and then dash all would give you list of all the available packages there. And then slow is equal false is don't read it in slow motion. Basically, that's what it's saying. Then the same gTTS, now I created this as an object. If I do a dir of MPP3 on it, one of the method is save method that's available for me. Then it's gonna say what I wanna save it for. And now I just already have a declared here. Last week I mentioned to you that when you do programming, you have to make sure that consistency is there, that you're not just writing hard-coded information within your script so many times. You have to use variable declaration and use it, those one. But for the class, when we teach classes, you sometimes have to show it the wrong way to say this is something that you shouldn't do, so the student does know the reason for it. Or maybe even it's not called the wrong way, is the method that is slower, or the method that it is more kind of like slowing you down in terms of development. Because if I have to use another variable and later on, it's gonna cause me more trouble, because I don't find how many places I updated it, and then maybe there was some typo, and to catch that typo, it's so much. So it's better to just do it one way, and then later on correct it with the proper way, and then that way you know the difference between the two. Right here, I'm showing you the out file. The out file is already created here. Based on the argument that they pass, all I'm doing is just create a, the user passes an argument, all I'm doing is just create with the same name of the argument. So if you say python-h.text, then I'm gonna create a python-h.text.mp3. So it's much easier to give it the proper name on there based on the user's input. The MP3 should match the name of the input file. And then save it there. And then later on, it's going to check for validity of the OS. Okay, so we discussed that. And I believe I stopped this one here. I'm going to start it. This is going to run the python-h.text. And let me open this screen here, and this one is going to read it from there. I will just click here to go ahead.
Options and arguments and corresponding environment variables. A issue warnings that str bytes underscore instant. str byte underscore instant. And then carry bytes byte str. No write.pype files on import. Also PYT stored in the PIP, PYT, PYTECU.
So as you can see, some of these long names that are not natural English commands, the reader is just reading it one character at a time, rather than just say Python startup. Is going to say Python. That one, because this is not one word in English. Python startup is just one command that the computer terminology, you just make it those kind of syntax. It's like pseudo commands that you pass on in your script or something. So all of this dash A dash B is not natural language. So that's why that semicolon, when you read a text, you normally don't say semicolon dash one dash two or dash three, but the text reader is not going to distinguish that one, so it reads all that information. So I'm going to slow it down here, and then I'm going to go to the last part, and this is just this last part. Even with this one, it is Python dev mode for development mode. That option is there. So let's just okay, that's good. So it read that one, and then let's just say we have another program here, store.text. I'm going to just show you, clear the screen, their store.text of this. I have a number of them, but if I just want to do one from our example here, so type text to audio.text. This is the one that I put it on the PDF file. What this script itself does it. This is shorter name. It does not have a lot of the information except this. I'm going to just notepad text to audio.text, modify it. The gTTs is actually correct here. Why was it showing in that format? Format as, okay, where's the format? So in Notepad, I could search for format. Format. Go up. See if it finds it. Yeah, format as it is. So as it is somehow is as it is. It's this input. See if this one is going to not have that character this time. Maybe because it is cut and paste from another utility like PDF or something. Let me see if that is different as it is. And then I could say type text to audio.text. And as it is, this time I corrected that one. So sometimes when you cut and paste, if it comes out to something unreadable, in VI or VEM, you could also check the content of it by set list command. You could see the list, and then on the Windows, it was showing when you do the type command as non-ASCII character, and then now I change it to that. So let me do dir of text to audio.star, and since it's an MP3 there, I want to delete that MP3 first. Delete text to audio. Be careful when you try deleting it, you go exact name, so you just don't delete your Python script. You don't do star. It will just delete everything with that name. So in this case, I'm deleting the MP3 only, and I listed again. This is the name. the file .py, I don't need the this one. So let me delete that one. Maybe, oh, this is just a full script, I think it is. I might have created it just for demo purpose of showing to Rosalanda about, yeah, how we cut and paste that. This is something that could help her. So I'm going to just show you this part, there of this, and then now I have this file type text to audio.txt. I'm going to run the script from here and I'll run it with Python text to audio.txt.py, and then the input is text to audio.txt. And notice if I just run it without this, I still should say that you did not provide the argument, and then the dot is there because this time we updated the sentence correctly. So now text to audio.txt is the input file. I'm going to run it. This is going to be a little bit faster because the lines are not that much. I'm going to stop it first before it reads. So now notice the name of the file, the audio file is open, saying that I'm going to read the text to audio and clear my screen. I always type in the Unix command, text to audio.txt. This is the part that it should be reading, and I'm going to play it, but I'm not going to stop it because at this time it's all clear English, so it should read it better. And let me small this one here so you could see that this one is basically reading the above line, and I'm going to play it now. Okay, so this is good. Now I could replay it also. And I'm gonna just move it forward. You could just control it here. If you want it bigger, you could control it here. And then you could just say replay it. And then you have control.
Format is its input and uses the Python gTTs. Module generates the MP3 file and uses the Python OS module to play the new MP3 file. It also uses the Python size module for the arguments passed, as well as make sure not to generate the MP3 files if the script was run on the same data file previously. In that case, just leave the MP3 file to save the time for generating the MP3 file. Purpose of the text2audio.py Python script is explained. The text2audio.py
So I stop it because I just clicked on repeatedly there. One other thing that I could do is just play one of them, because last time I noticed that when we did it, the audio on this one was really low. So maybe on the video capture of Zoom, it does not capture it as clear as I speak, but I can hear it Well, on my part, I don't know if you guys are able to hear it the same way that I hear. So I'm going to change this volume a little bit louder to compare it with one of the texts. For example, let's see which one of those other texts that are shorter in addition to what we did here. They're of Ronaldo.text and Messi.text. Which one of those ones are smaller I will run? Okay, so Ronaldo is 521. I'm gonna do the Ronaldo file. It's faster. So this one, I'm gonna just increase it here. And notice when I run the Python script with Ronaldo, this is gonna change, but I'm going to let it run and read the whole thing. And then we see the voice, the volume and everything to see if it reads better. It might be too loud for my house, but I will just leave it at 85 here and then see how it works. So right here, I'm gonna give the input this time for the Python script here as a Ronaldo.text. And when this one replaced to Ronaldo.text, I let it run, but this time I'm going to just completely let it run all the way to see the volume and then the voice recognition of it, how good the quality is. If I leave it and the volume on the controller to 85, like does Zoom capture it the same way that I want to do? It is loud for my part, but
Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos European Portuguese, born the 5th of February 1985, is a Portuguese professional footballer who plays as a forward for Serie A club Juventus. Captains of Portugal national team, often considered the best player in the world and widely regarded as one of the greatest players of all time. Ronaldo has won 4 European Golden Shoes, both of which are records for a European player. He has won 29 major trophies in his career, including 6 league titles, 5 UEFA Champions Leagues, 1 UEFA European Championship, and 1 UEFA Nations League. Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos European Portuguese.
So I just click on the this to play it more than once. That's why I'm gonna stop it. Since I had it on more than once, it played twice, and then I think that's good enough for this purpose. And then the option 5, we're gonna do something really small. We could just say something in English and then see if it reads it there. Let me search on the internet for something. Or maybe we could just give this as input. Let's see if I have something with, in addition, I will demo the Python visual. Yeah, let's just do this part. That's copy this one as example of option 5. Like here we say any other input file, choose your choice. So I'm going to just create a file called notepad and then name it option 5, let's say, .text. And then yes, go ahead, create that file, and then I'm gonna just say paste it here. That information, let me just click here, make it another line. So this is okay, that is just a file that I want to save it, option -5, and We could just leave it here or run it here, clear screen, and then say type option -5.txt. That file is there. Now I'm going to do the Python script. And instead of Ronaldo.txt, I'm going to say option-5.txt. This is going to just create option-5.txt.mp3. And then once it's available, it's going to open it. So I'm going to see this file will be replaced with the option-5.txt. And then when it reads it, it actually reads it from here. There you go.
I will demo the Python virtual environment VENV, PIP and PIP3 modules. Their benefits to developers of Python and command line options, as well as setup and working. Virtual environment on different platforms for Windows OS, as well as Unix and Linux platforms. In addition, I will demo the Python virtual environment VENV, PIP and PIP3 modules. Their benefits to developers in Python and command line options, as well as setup and working. Virtual environment on different platforms for Windows OS, as well as Unix and Linux platforms.
And notice that since I had the option to repeat at least once, it read it twice. The first time and then the second time. That's nice. So you could control it to say just some words, like for example, let's say you're giving an input as a language, a dictionary or some kind of input as your argument. You could pass on and this repeat 5 times, then all of a sudden it reads the same thing for you repeatedly and you memorize it. This could be really good for you to drive somewhere and then listen to a novel or something. And then on your iPhone, you could run the script and then just get the output of it on the audio really nicely. I could make updates on the scripts to available on the websites, and then available that way. You could just go on your browser, whether you use a laptop or a desktop or a iPhone, anything, portability should be available no matter what part of the world you could access this, and then you could just connect to it. I think that's good enough for this topic with information. We're gonna just take a 10 minutes break quickly, and then I will come back after the break. You could come back with it and take a quick maybe 8 to 10 minutes break, and then we just resume with the virtual environment after this. And that way we could cover more of the topic that I highlighted here. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the video. Please take a 10-minute break, and then we will resume around 10:03. It's 9:53 right now. We will resume at 10:03. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again, and I put myself on the audio and I start recording. So let me share my screen, and you both see the screen, right? Okay, you might be on pause or something. Let me verify that. The participant, yeah, they're on mute. So I'm going to continue on with the next topic of the lecture today. and we cover a virtual environment on the Linux side as well as Windows side with PIP and all other things. So let's see where we are on the topic here, and that I could point out to you. This is what we're going to cover. Virtual environment, PIP, ENV, and then sub-processes and other stuff. We will cover those ones. And with modules scripting, let me just see. That we already went through it, and this we already covered. In today's activity, we already covered those, and the last part is the Windows Linux virtual environment. I could also do the speech recognition and other stuff as we are there, modules to see how we could add additional packages if we have to, and test it further. So the Pycharm virtual environment is I want to make sure that I have covered everything here. Okay, this is the next thing that we want to cover. Moving forward, let's just do the virtual environment and PIP ENV on both Windows platform as well as Linux, in this case, CentOS 7. So I'm going to start off with Windows as well as CentOS. Since my Windows environment is already set up, I started Linux CentOS 7 here, and I have a terminal already open. So as you could see that if I do a uname -a cut etc os -release, basically I'm seeing CentOS 7. And within this one, if I just clear a screen, clear the command, using clear command, on DOS you type in CLS, and then the Unix you type it clear. And sometimes because my mind is just back and forth switching with them, I may type in the first time on one of them one command, and then I do it, correct it after. But clear is the command that you want to clear your screen on Unix side. So, and CLS is for Windows. You can also make alias for it. So for example, here if I just say aliases, I don't have an alias called clear screen here. I could just make a alias for it to say CLS is equal clear command. And then now I have alias CLS. I could just use the DOS command and it will just clear my screen. So, I mean, Unix is very flexible. You could do a lot of things from the command line. It was written for that purpose back in 1969, 1970s when AT&T version of Unix was built in. A lot of commands like grep and awk and other stuff, sed and ed and all those things. Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie did a great job as a pioneer of Unix operating system developers back then. And from there, everybody else that are doing programming on these ones for thousands of developers, and not thousands, maybe millions of developers in the past, maybe 1969 on. So it's about 50 years, 51 years of the development on these different distribution. You could see that how much work is already done by millions of coders everywhere. Okay, let's just cover the topic that we want to cover. First, I want to go with PIP. So if I just say which PIP on my machine, I see that currently I have an alias for PIP to use version 3 of PIP3. So PIP3 dash version will tell me what version I'm running for a PIP. And then if I say the same thing for which Python, okay, which Python, then it's going to tell me that it is Python 3. But if I want to know the subversion of it, I could say either Python 3 or like I did the other one, I could have just typed in pip dash v, because this is an alias to pip3. So when I'm typing pip3, it's going to use the user bin pip3. When I'm typing pip, it's going to do that. And then the same thing, I could do it for Python dash v or Python 3 dash v. That would give me there. The dash dash version also would work. And then dash dash version for the commands is the same syntax as uppercase dash v. So in here, I need to find out which PIP I did already. So where is PIP, for example, would give you the package name information, where the location of it. And where is Python, similar, is going to tell you all the subversion of Pythons that you have. For example, I have Python 2.7 as well Python 3.6. And then they're installed in various locations, so I could see the content of it. The way it reads it, it is reading from this environment variable called path. The path, whatever is environment is there, like user local lib and user local bin and all that things that are there, is coming because it finds it here. And then there's another one called LD library path that is going to show you the modules that when they are dynamically getting linked with the LD loader, it will list it there. So if I just say type of Python, I know that this is, it says just this is an alias to Python 3 because I did an alias Python. So this is just giving you information about how to locate the binaries and everything. If I do, for example, check for type, and then I do the same thing with type minus a for all, then it's going to list all the Python that are on the system, the information. So let's say I do user bin Python dash v, that is a 2.7 version. And then bin Python, because it's alias Python to slash Python. And if I say which Python, is going to say show that Python 3. If I say which Python 3, is going to show the same thing. So bin Python may also show the version 2.75, which it does. And then dash dash version is going to say the same thing. If I just do the user bin Python 3 dash v, that would be 3.6. So in a way, now we find out where my binaries are, how am I going to look at it, and then how do I know that this is, when I do an alias, this is a list of these two that I already set up. These two, because my shell, when I'm logging in as wlutfi, this is my user ID. When I do ID command, this is my user ID with this user ID number 1000 and group ID number of 1000. So every file that I touch in the system, if I say touch new file, right away, if ls minus ld, new file, this new file, it has ownership of user ID wlutfi and group ID of wlutfi as well, because that's 1000 and other ones. And if I look at the grep minus wlutfi on a DC group file, you can see that the group ID of it is 1000, and then the user ID matching that. And then Similar, if I look at it on the password file, you could see the user ID, group ID, my real name on the system, and then /home is my home directory. So that's my home directory, and ben bash, what shell I'm using. This is very important because if I just type in PS, I can see that process ID of my bash is this number, and that's matching here. I could also do a get ent password and then wlutfi. That would also, sorry, get ent, not get ent. Password wlutfi, that would just give me the record where I picked it up from here from the password file. If that the record was not on the password file, based on the mswitch.com file, how many other area we should be searching, like DNS or LDAP or Kerberos or Active Directory, anything, those ones will be searching. Since this is a Windows, it will not be in Active Directory. Active Directory mostly for Windows, and then for Linux, if it is not on the local file system, on the password etc, shadow etc, group etc password file, then it is either on Kerberos or in the or LDAP, somewhere in the LDAP, Lightweight Direct Access Protocol. It will just find it there, and then on the server, and then that data is getting access there. So now we know our bash is the environment clear screen. If I just say PS, it's going to show me my bash environment, which is my default shell. So I say echo $$ is going to give me this IP address of process ID of 10780. And then that is my default. If I just open another shell, use another shell here, and then do echo $$ echo $$ because I opened another shell, it just cleared else with another number. And if I look at this PS, now I'm on this bash with this process ID. So in the file system, on the local file system, there's something called proc, and then 12513 already is a directory with that process ID, and there's so many information there that you could look at it and then get the data. The system will know it. There's file descriptors, current working directory, and so on. I'm not going to go through those ones because that's a Unix environment that you have to go in details, and that's a different class that I'm teaching. Currently, I'm teaching computer science 018, and that's also called Unix programming with bash scripting, and I cover a lot of this on that class. So if you're interested, next time when I teach this class, you might be signing up for that class. It's a very good class to learn Unix operating system and Linux programming using bash scripting. I cover a lot of stuff with Unix and Linux environment in that one. And here, coming back to this PS command, I'm going to exit out here of this shell. Now this shell is exit out. If I just type in PS, I'm back to my original one. So at this time, let me just come back and do file on /bin bash. You can see this is an executable, right? And so when it's ELF, it says it's executable link format. I could do the same thing on my Python, which Python, I could say file and then $, and then use this, which Python. I could do that, and then it says that there's an alias for it, and then Python 3, and then Python. I could do the same thing with PIP. PIP3, let's say. And then it says that this is an executable format. I could do it this way, or I could do file /user/bin pip PIP3, PIP3, the same thing, it will just work that way. So at this time, we have covered enough on the lines. I'm going to show you the arguments to PIP3 and PIP. Since alias PIP is actually alias to run PIP3, I could just type in PIP-H and get a list of all the help on it, like I was showing you on the Windows version. Notice that Windows version versus Linux, it's almost the same, exactly the same. So if you do capture it and then do a def on them, most likely you get the same result here. So here, that one is there, and then Python. I'm getting a little bit dizzy right now. I don't know. I have to slow down on the talk a little bit. Okay, so Python is giving me the path. Just open it. Get some fresh air. Okay, now it's better. The room was really not any circulation of air. Okay, so that's better. So Python 3 is coming up here with this information. And then in order for me to know what package is already on the list, with PIP, I do a PIP list. And now notice that this option that are saying legacy and columns, on the Windows, it was not supporting legacy. It gave you other like JSON and columns there with other options. I could just do the same thing with dash format, and then I like the option of legacy is just gonna give me in this format, and then this red thing is not gonna show anymore. But I like the columns option because it's giving you two columns rather than just separated by this. If you're looking for this one to get it in different fields, you could change the format differently, so columns. And now let's say I want to do, the reason the other thing was not working was I was looking for play sound and I was typing playground. Playground is your sound box and something, so that is not available. And if I just go back here on my Python, I just noticed that when I was typing it without realizing what I was typing. So I could say pip install play sound. That's a module that you could download there, and you could do it here also. Pip search play sound. Play sound is the module, and then as you can see, it is installing. It's installed successfully. So it wasn't playground. That's why when you have these thousands of modules named a name or similar, and you might just mistype it, and you just have to go back and forth and then realize. And how I did it, because I did it on Linux platform some time ago, or maybe last time, I just saw that the name of the module was play sound. And then you could see, like if you just say grep for -i for play, you could see anything that starts with the word play, it will list those ones. And if I just do a grep with P, let's say P G in there, anything that starts with G, then I don't have to do the rest of them. Since those are all matching with the G, it is showing speech recognition and so on. So at this time, let's just, and then this syntax where you do here, you could do a G, grep for G, or let's say, for example, search that start with GT. You could do the anchor. This is regular expression pattern matching. So you put a pattern like, for example, G and then followed by a T, uppercase. And then that way it is going to look for only gTTs. And then, so this one is searching for the first character matching with that syntax. Anywhere that the word P is found, and anywhere the word uppercase T. Let me just say, this is saying not, right? So not in this syntax, and I say it has to be a G or a T that could find it, the first occurrence of it. So these are the ones that are a G or an uppercase T. But then if I just say it follows by another character T, then it's going to make it unique to these two. So there's a lot of ways you could do regular expression pattern matching to match only the one area that you want. And then if I want, for example, only show me and things that are with numbers, search for numbers 0 through 9. You could do that pattern matching there. And then, so we did recognize that. Then there's also egrep for expression grep. And then you could put extended grep, actually, not expression. Extended grep is going to allow you to do multiple search on the fly. Grep minus I, and then I could search for gTTs or PGI or PIP. Let's say 3 of those ones, it should match on those 3. And then in addition, PGI, the gTTs that found more than just 2. One with dash token, it found that one as well. So if I just don't want the token there, then I could do a grep out, grep minus V token. You could do it that way too. Just say don't show me the token one, only show me. You could do your regular expression many ways here. And then now let's say I do the same syntax here, and then I just say use the grep command, but with the minus uppercase E, which means show me the regular expression with extended version of grep. So I could do the same thing, and this time I'm going to look for play and then request, and then look for SIX. So 6 request and play, the number 6. So in here, if I just search for that one, you could see those 3 methods are going to be displayed, and because I'm using the minus E option of that one. And then you do the same thing with install and other options. So let's come back here, and now we did list that. If I just say play a PIP list, all of these packages are installed already, listed on my system. And I want to just do dash dash format is equal columns, and then that way I don't see the warning. So it's a nice format, but I want to just create a virtual environment now. The reason I create a virtual environment is that I need to tell the system that whatever I'm doing here is good, but this is a system-wide. I want to have my own virtual environment so I don't work on the same package that I'm working on. If I'm part of a certain dev environment, maybe DevOps or maybe DevNet, any other projects, Oracle database, anything that we are developing, we could just install our packages for that virtual environment and then use that environment only for that purpose. Whether we do it on the development, INT, integration, or production, we just want to make sure that our virtual environment is making sure that whatever version we use, like for example, let's say on this request is 2.23.0, my code was tested against that one. I don't want to get surprised when we move to production on another server. I want to make sure that I freeze my modules in the code level to start certain packages and then package it as one virtual environment. And then that environment will work on every platform that I have already tested it. Okay, so let me go to, I could capture some of the information here. On Unix, I could say a script. Let me just go to CIS 012 first. CIS. I told you it's uppercase sensitive, so I have to type in case sensitivity here. And then here, I'm gonna just start off with a script name. I'm gonna say my project underscore info.txt. And then host name, pwd. Right now, all I created is this file. When I exit out of this script command that I run here, it will write all the commands that I write here. That way it will just write it in this file. Then I can just post that one on Canvas for you, so you know the commands that we tested. You can also pause the video and resume again and look at it a couple of times and know exactly how to answer your own question. So let me just do a PIP. First, I'm going to do alias to get a list of them. I'm going to do alias PIP and alias PIP Python 3, Python. So at this time, if I say pip-v, is going to show me the same version, and Python-v is their pip -- version, and version, I typed it wrong, so let me just type in version correctly. Version, and then Python-v. We already did that one. Let me go back here, say Python-version. It will show. And notice that if I just say pip list, it's going to give me a list of packages here. And then I go again, I want to capture that information. Here I say -- format is equal, and then say legacy, and then change it to columns. I'm doing it again because I want to make sure that it gets recorded for you, so I can paste it easier for you to read it that way. And now we have the list. If we do like an extended grep for it, let's say e grep -I, and then look for let's say in gTTs. When I'm typing it lowercase, because -I is skipping it, that's okay. And then look for two words, MySQL and that thing. I just had to close it. So right here, this statement here, I type in show me MySQL, show me the pipes, or whatever you want to do. You could just say gTTs. Doesn't matter what name you do, IDNA. And then list those ones. And you could also use, and instead of this, like I showed you earlier, minus uppercase E dash uppercase E for extended, and then it will just do the same thing. So the grep command is upward compatible with minus E option, minus F for fast search, fixed string matching. You could do that too, minus F or F grep. But again, like I told you, this is a Python class, Introduction to Programming with Python. Let me cover more of Python. So here we did that, and now let's go to create a virtual environment. How we do that one, we have to do a PIP list first to see these are the packages that are there. And notice the package list is a lot bigger. Again, dash format is equal columns. That's a better way to look at it. And then since the numbers are bigger, how many lines are there altogether? Word count minus L. So I'm not reading this and this, and that's a total of 20 minus 2 is basically 18 modules. How do I know that one? I could also do another grep minus V with dash as well as grep minus V, and then what was that description or something on top, whatever it was. Yeah, a package, and I could search for a version, those ones, and then do a word count. Now, since I'm skipping those two header information, I should get the word count of 18 packages. So somewhere this dash was not recognized because there's dash argument, so you have to skip that. You could do that and then see if that would just give you 16, but because there's more of that argument, let's try 2 of them, and that's perfect. That's what we want, 18 packages altogether. If I just don't do a word count on it, this is all the list of 18 that we want to list. Say these are the packages. So the information with package and version information with those dashes are gone. So now we know that these are the packages for my system. How am I going to create a virtual environment? The virtual environment is Python module. It's called VENV. So if that module is already installed, great. If not, you have to install it. So let's say I do a PIP search and then grep PIP search actually virtual ENV. See if that package is already there, and it shows that that's available, but whether it's installed or not, it is not showing. But what I could do is here, I could say grep minus I VNV. If it doesn't list it, that means it's not installed. So that the virtual environment is not installed on my things. I could also say install it, and in this case, since it's not there. So I'm going to say Python. And now let me show you the directory structure here. The directory structure that I have here is there's no project directory. What I need to put my virtual environment inside a project. That way I could just containerize it. I could have a container, a project that have that virtual environment, and then all I have to do is just make sure that within that module, within that project, I have all the packages that I need for this project. And based on that one, I'm going to run the syntax called Python -m virtual env. So the module that I'm using is virtual env, and then I'm gonna do install option, and then I'm gonna call it uppercase my underscore project. Doesn't matter how you name it. You could say lowercase, but I like it uppercase like this. And then I'm going to call it VNV. So I could have called it virtual environment all in uppercase also, but I chose to just call it the same name as the module name, my directory, and that I'm going to create. So this one should use Python with VNV modules to install my project VNV. If VNV by itself is not installed, then I have to do PIP install VNV first. So let me just do this, see what error we get, if we get any error, or if it's successful, it just uses virtual environment because that's part of Python modules, and then it will just create the project, my project, and then the VNV as the virtual environment for it. Looks like it's doing it right now. It just did it, and if I just, how do I know it's successful? Echo $ question mark is 0, meaning that that function terminated without any issues or completed without any issues. So, and here, like you see all my directories here, or like that, I need to show you now the directory. It's my project is there in addition to this. But inside my project, my underscore project, I have a directory, subdirectory called virtual environment VNV. And that VNV by itself has other subdirectories and configuration files there, Ben scripts and so on. So the virtual env, if you look at that one, you can see that this Ben is there. Inside Ben, there's activate and other scripts there. So I'm on the parent directory here, but I can see my environment. And if I just want to see what's available for me on the Ben, so far I'm not activating the virtual environment yet. I just created with the install option. So this is all the tools that are available. You can see there's a Python version 3 interpreter that's already installed in a PIP3 version. And then there's activate.c shell if I'm using the C shell environment to source that one. And there's activate by itself, which is also available. So if I just say file my underscore project / virtual environment / ben / activate, and then I just do all of them. Notice that this is .cshell.fish. So this is one different interpreter, and then this one most likely is the bash, and this is the C shell, and this is the fish version. It will just be available to you, and then you can see they're all text file, right? So if I just do a header of head -2, just read the first 2 lines of this file of all those ones, copy, and then paste. I could have done $bang, it would do bang $, it would do the same thing. But notice that the first line of this one, on the first one, it says this file must be used with the source ben bash from the bash script. And then this one is from C shell script. And then this one is from fish shell script. So it tells you how to source them and everything there. What I need to do is, since my bash is bash script, I need to just activate the script itself. So, and I also already told you that source ben bash. But since I'm on this directory, and then here I need to just go to subdirectory, I'm going to say source my underscore project slash virtual env slash bin slash activate. As soon as notice that as soon as I activate it, my environment, virtual environment will be activated, and my prompt changes. And now my PS1 is pointing to this. Notice there's another VENV will be appended in the front of it, right there. So this virtual environment, now I have it created. How I know I'm inside the virtual environment that I activated, I could see which Python, for example. And even here, it tells you that I have this Python version is from the my project. The previous commands, if you just say here, new tab, and then you say which Python, not, I'm sorry, which Python, you could see that this is called user bin Python. And then if I just type in which Python, here is there. Same thing with which PIP, and then it's going to show that that is under the virtual environment PIP that I'm using. That's as I showed you earlier on the directory. So if I just do a pwd where I am, and then I say my underscore project virtual environment slash bin, you could see there's a Python 3 and there's a PIP3 in here, as you could see it. And then, so now we know that this is there. If I just run pip list here, it's going to be a lot shorter than what I have here. Clear here, look at the pip list dash dash format is equal columns. Look at this one, and it shows you a bigger list, 18 of them there. And then now undo pip here, pip list dash dash format is equal columns. And then look at this one, there's only 2 of them, pip and setup tools. That means inside here, if I go to Python and then say, go ahead Python here, and then say import gTTs, is going to fail because that module is not installed yet. So watch, it's going to say not no such module found, no module named gTTs. Here on the actual standalone version of it on the entire system, if I go to Python and then I say import gTTs, it's going to load it. And already loaded, so I could do a dir of gTTs, and it will show you help on the module gTTs. It will just tell you what is this one. You can see a Google text to speech, and then it has all these details. Okay, so at this time we know that this is already there with this listed, and then here the gTTs is not there, so I'm going to exit out of this and come back here and say do that pip again, pip list column format. I have only those 2. So in order for me to do the installation to make sure that this virtual environment is ready for my gTTs and play sound and all other modules, I just need to install it. Say pip install, let's say gTTs. And then I have to type in that order of the case, otherwise it's gonna fail. So let me just type in lowercase first, and it's gonna say this module gTTs is not found, or it finds it, it is going to install it. Sometimes on different OS versions, it may just work differently. And the package name has to be exactly like it is there. Notice that this pip install upgrade is giving me again. So let me just do that pip install dash dash upgrade This is on Linux. Earlier was on Windows. So as I told you, it might just do it on the same day, saying that you need to upgrade it again. So now it's there. Let's say PIP list, see if the gTTs is there. Now, because I did the gTTs, imagine how many other ones automatically got installed with it. All the dependencies that gTTs required are already installed. Your labs will serve, because when you're doing gTTs, you might be writing it for the web. We might be writing it on the command lines. And so these other packages, dependencies has to be installed as well. So if I just do the same thing and the grep for -I for play sound, play sound is not there. So I'm gonna do a pip install play sound. Maybe install, I missed the L, so yes, I do want to type it correctly. And then that one is successfully installed. Now I do up arrow here again with the play sound, it is there. So the version 1.2 there, and then if I just do a pipe list them all, this is the list of packages now available on my environment. And I'm on the current directory. I see them, and now I do a freeze on it. The reason I do a freeze on it, if I'm happy with what I have here as my development environment, then later on, my code already tested it, and let's say I run my text to audio and it worked there, and then I already tested it, I could just copy the text to audio there and then test it. I don't think we have too much time to spend on it, because I need to cover more on the virtual environment as well as that, but you have seen enough examples on the Windows. It is just here is using MPG3 command for it. Let me see if I already have a GTS a script here. I could just copy it here and paste it. Let me just do that. So now I have this script here. I could just say copy. The nice thing about my environment, I just set it up so I could cut and paste between these ones using these devices. You have this option of drag and drop, bidirectional, all those things. I already installed the GAST VirtualBox commands and binaries that it was needed. GAST additional, they call it, all the packages. I installed it, so it should be okay with this one to do it. And then now, let's say I have okay, so, and here I'm on this directory, and I could just say cd to my project. It's important also to not put the project files inside the virtual environment, because the virtual environment later on, if you're done with it, you might delete it. You don't want to delete your code. So this has to be outside of it. So I'm going to create here on the my project directory, I'm going to call it vi text to audio.py, and then paste that information here. And nice thing is that it have all the proper indentation. How do I know that there's no visible character? I was telling you, NVI or VENV, you could search for it. You could say set list, and then you see that every file that is ended with new line characters is $, and there's no like tab or anything. So these are space and it's correct. That's how Python is gonna find it. And I'm gonna say set no list. So I see that one, and then if I want to see set number for line numbers, I could just look at the line numbers and then say, oh, I did on the save on, let's say, line number 15, saving the file or something. That is much easier to teach you that way. So set no line number, no num, and then, sorry, set a no num, set a no and u, and then save it. Now I have the script here, and notice the script name is not executable, which means I can put that one as an argument to it, or if I had the line pound slash ben bash python there, I could just execute it that way also. So I could do in both ways how you could do it. So, and now if I just run it with Python text to audio.py, and since I don't have any input, it's going to say provide the input. So that works there. And then if I just say, let's say vi text to audio.py, and then on the first line of my script, if I just say pound bank user ben env, and then the interpreter that I want to use is Python, this is going to say that dynamically find out this Python, which version it is there, since I'm using Python 3 and it's alias to Python 3 for Python, then I don't have to type in Python 3 here. If it was not alias, then I have to do the exact interpreter name. But because it's alias, it makes sense to just use the Python 3 there, and then that way it does not say bad interpreter, since it was trying to convert it from alias name. So once you do that one, if I just look at the text to audio.py, the permissions is read write, but none of the users or the group or other people have execute permission. So in order to do that one, I could say change mode u plus x and just give only the username, or g plus x, the group name, or o for plus x for others, for other plus x, and then every one of them you have to follow the name of the script after. But since I want to do it many ways, you could do it. You could do 755. That means everybody has read, write, execute. I mean, I'm sorry. Everybody has execute permission. Only the owner and then the group has read, write, and then this one will give everybody the owner read, write, execute, and everybody else execute permission, as well as whatever is already there. So you could do that, and then give the text to audio.py, and now I do the same ls minus l. Now notice that the permission are changed. So let me just change it back, and I show you the other way around. You could do the same thing with, and this is the octal format that I change it, but I could do it another way also, the text way. So the change mode, I want to change it back to 664. So 664 text to audio.py is equivalent to read write for the owner, and read write for the group, and read only for others, and that's what that is. So I'm going to change that one to say change mode plus x for text to audio.py. And when I say plus x, meaning that I gave everybody executable permission. So now this one is the same thing, but with same thing as 755. But notice that the other one I should have had yeah, the group was already having read write, so that's what the option was. 755 was giving this. The 755 in this case, I should have just done 775 like this to make it like this, where like that. I had already read write for the group. I also gave the executable. So instead of this and in the other case, because the group had write access, I want to give the write access to that one as well, and that's how we do it that way. So either way, whether you use octal or the string formatting, you could do that. So now the script is there. Could I just do this dot text to audio dot py? Will it just recognize, say, this is a Python script? Yes, it does. Because what it is on the head of minus 2, let's say, text to audio.py, I already said that use this format on the first line. Okay? So, and if a way you could see with the grep command minus n to show you the line number, and then look for the word Python 3 and the text to audio.py. You could also see that that's on the first line. So your header, you don't need to do it 2 lines. You know that it's always on the first header of the line. It is there. Earlier when I was doing for the activate stuff, I wanted to see some more information. That's why I did 2. In this case, you know, when you write your Python script, if you put this syntax, it's going to work. Say it will load the right interpreter and it's going to do it. So another thing that I want to show you this example here is this PIP list and then dash dash format is equal columns. If you see this one, the output of this one, all these modules are listed, but there's no such thing as the start command that we were using here on Windows. Let's say type text to audio.py and 5 more. So notice that here I say if the OS is NT, go ahead and do the start command. But in this case, it's not NT, it's Linux. So I'm using the MPG123. Okay, so when you go back here, if you just look for grep minus I for MPG, anything with MPG3, that's not actually a Python package. That's a OS binary. So I have to do a which MPG123 to make sure that module is there. And then that module itself is, if I say, what is MPG123, if it has information on the man pages, it will say this is an MPEG 123 layer 123 information that actually requires an MP3 as input file, and it will just load it. So how do I know that one? Inside my Python script, more text to audio dot py, I already wrote that part where it says if it is POSIX, then load that one. Now notice the difference between these two. Okay, so we did the module. We did the module here. We say clear the screen and say Python, and then if we just say import OS, the module, and then say os.name. Here is going to show the NT version. And then the same thing with here, I'm going to say run Python and then say import OS. Now os.name here is POSIX. So that's how your Python script is going to identify which version of OS you're running, and based on that one, it's going to find the right binary to run the MP3 file. So let me exit out of here. Exit or quit. You have to put the braces in there, and then that would just get you out. So we know that which um, MP3 123 GMP 123. Sorry, um, MPG. I always forget the letter in front of it. M is first and then PG. 123. So if I just know that that one is already installed there and the binary is available to play it and my script is ready, this time I'm gonna just write a text there file and just do it. Or I could do and just generate a file here also using some other command. Let's say the virtual environment. So let's see, we go Python. And notice that if I just go to Python and then import virtual environment here, this one I've saved help on the, actually I do dir on virtual environment. It will tell me the modules information with packages and methods and everything that's available for it. So I could say help on virtual environment. And then you can see this class is a virtual environment creation to be customized, the constructor parameter. So I want to just get maybe from here, quit. Okay, so I could do that. Edit, copy, and then right here I could just go to that directory, my project, and then create that file called view virtualenv.txt, and then paste it here. And then get rid of this there. Let's see what other things we could just go from the next page. And then get up to right here. That's good enough for this demo to see how Linux is gonna read it with a MPG. Okay, so right here, I don't want these symbol there. I could just get rid of them. Let's see if I could just get rid of them in one shot. So I could say 1 comma $ substitute this bar to nothing, and that get rid of it. And then I need to get rid of all these space. So if I say set list, and this is all spaces, not blank lines, I could say 1 comma $ substitute anything that starts with this, and then 1 2 3 4 spaces, let's say, get rid of it to nothing. I just get rid of that money. I want to move it more, so another 4. I could say instead of $1, I could say substitute percentage, meaning 1 through end of line substitute, and then everything that starts with 1 2 3 maybe. I think it is good enough, and then do that. So I still have one more, and then 1 comma $ substitute every line that starts with a space to nothing. And now I have done that one. This line I could get rid of it, and these 2 lines are there, and then set set no list will just give me that information. So now I'm gonna save this, and right here I get out of this. Since I did create that file, I'm gonna exit out, clear my screen, pwd, and then listed. Now I have that text virtualization VNV.text. Sorry, cat virtualenv.text. So that file is there. Clear screen again, clear a screen, and then ls -l. This time I'm gonna run my script with this text to audio. Since I put it the Python interpreter there, I don't have to type a Python in front of it. And then if I just do it without any argument, it's gonna say you did not specify. But in this case, I'm gonna do VNV.text. And since VNV.text.mp3 is not there, it will create it based on that text file. Then it's gonna open the MPG123 to play it if everything works. So let's see. So somewhere it found a for listing of keyboard functions, PEG123, vent, MP3, PEG, mono, decoder of virtual and finished. Let's see what it says then. So let's see which VNV.text.mp3. This one is actually already there. So if I say file VNV.text, the type of this one is MPEG file. You can see that it was done that way. But whether it is running or loaded, I could see on the process to see if grep -I, MPG, any of the process already there now. It's not running. And then how I know it is text to audio completed already, so there's no process for it. If I do a grep -v grep, I just get my prompt back. And so let's look at the input file text to audio.py to see if that -h option has to be there. So MPG123 plus out file. And now let's play that one with this syntax to see what we get from the command line. So I say which MPG123. It is telling me that is there. Then star.mp3. This file is there. So I'm going to say MPG123 and then venv.text.mp3. It says exactly the same thing. It does not play it. There might be a problem with MPG123 there. Terminal control enable, press H for listing of this option. Okay, so H is the option for help. Let's see what are the parameters that you have to pass on. Sound, interrupt, restore, playback. Okay, so you can control it forward, rewind it. All those options are there. But why is it not playing it? Pitch up, print out current POSIX, a listing of benefit. Okay, maybe the volume is really low. Maybe it is playing and we're not hearing anything. Let me see on my Linux machine, where's the samplers? So the volume on this one is set up here, wired. Okay, so I could just try to do another way here using Python to see if the play sound works. So I did a pip list dash format is equal columns, and then grep for -I for play sound. If we did the play sound module, yes, we did. So let's say import name of the file is store.mp3. Okay, I'm gonna try that and say import, not import, actually Python, and then say import play sound as play sound, and then play sound dot play sound, and then name of the file that we want to say ven.text.mp3. Oh, this is that problem of GI. This module was not available there last time too. I had to get this play sound on the next stuff. Yeah. No module named GI. Let's see if I could do that GI. PIP search GI. That's a very short name. PGI eagle. Let's try installing it. Could not find the satisfy required. GI dash apple. I'm gonna try all the GI dash. Dash ape. There's a lot of other packages by YAML and configure parser. Notice that a lot of the dependency has to be met there. And jet Python. Hopefully this is not gonna do it for a long time. GI ape is there, GI eagle, and then GI camel. Okay, so some of the dependencies still did not mate. Creating for PS utils. Oh, because of the binary that we have, these ones are red because permission denied most likely. I'm using as myself, so I could do sudo su, and then actually I could do a sudo su one time, and then install it, and sudo pip install gi dash ape. Because when you do it with the root, you have to have an alias for PIP to point to PIP3. In this case, I had to go there, Python setup .py filled with error pip built Pycharm. So let me get the root here to just meet that requirement. Sudo su dash, and then which Python which pip So I'm not inside the and I'm not inside this virtual environment anymore. So let's see if I could just mimic that environment by using pip run vrun. Um, and then this one I have to deactivate it, so I could just get it working. But because I switched it from here, I would do it two ways. One way, I'll just get out of this one here, because if I do a Python PIP install and everything, is going to be based on the root environment, and that virtual environment is no longer there. But I'm inside, and there's a virtual environment, and that is a different PIP version that is inside this virtual environment. The other one is right here, Python. If I say which Python, you can see this is inside my virtual environment, and here is my system. Excuse me. So let's see. I go here. At this time, I'm not going to run the code there because of that issue with play sounds, and then in addition, I could do root level, and what other thing I could do is to just see if the file PGP, and this file MPG 123, sometimes they create socket files, sometimes they create additional files on the /temp directory. Under /temp, anything with MPG, if there is some files that are there related to this tool, then it will just, I have to find them and make sure that they're not owned by root the next time I run it. Another way I could do is to become root here and try to run it that way to make sure that this is not a permission issue. So let me get a sudo switch user. I'm going to do a sudo, but not changing my profile. So I stay on the current profile. So it's sudo su dash, no dash, and then this will just set me in the environment, but I'm on the current environment. So if I say which Python, I could see that it changed the Python, yet I could run the script from this environment or not. Let me test that one. So Python, and then /text to audio.py, and then the name of the input file is virtual environment in v.text. Yeah, actually it runs it. It runs it, and you could see that it is playing it, but the sound is really low. So somewhere on my devices here, I have to check on the audio output to see what's going on with the VirtualBox. It is not MPG3 problem. It's not Python. It's just the device itself and the interpreter. So if I go to machine setting on the sounds, make sure that my audio, enable audio output. That's the problem. So that means I may have to restart my VirtualBox to get this one audio output enabled.
This class exists
Okay,
to allow virtual environment
that was it.
to be customized. The constructor parameters determine
I hope you hear it.
using the Python option. Symlinks elsewhere. If instantiated some other way, the default is to not use symlinks.
So that GI might also be a red herring because the sound was right here on the audio was off on the setting. So I went to setting and I went to audio, and this option extended feature enable audio output, this one was off. Maybe that's what had happened with the sound, but let me just double check on it. So I'm gonna do the script, run it without the root to see if that was the issue or there was additional formation issue. So, since I'm on the environment now, I'm gonna rerun the script again. Um, I'm gonna rerun the script, same method that I run it previously, um, to see there, MPG123. You could do it that way, but I want to do it through my script. So let me just type it in. I'm going to say the name of the script is this, text to audio.py, and then because I made it executable, I don't need to put Python in front of it. VENV.text, and that is going to display it.
Global site packages CIR are available to the created environment. Using the Pycharm option, the default is to use copy on Windows platforms but Symlinks elsewhere. Instantiated some other way, the default is to not use Symlinks.
Okay, that's good. It reads it properly. At the very beginning, it was a little bit vibration or whatever it was. It maybe just distorted information because of the permission. Earlier, I run it with root. Get a VNV.text. Let's see what's. Yeah, these numbers somehow maybe it did not understood these ones. Let me just VI the file and say, oh, actually, no, that's not part of it. This is, this class is there. So I'm gonna run it one more time using Python dot Python and v and text to audio.py and then venv.text to see the difference.
Allow virtual environment creation to be customized. The constructor parameters determine the building's behavior called upon to create a virtual environment. The builder makes the system global. Site packages CIR are available to create an environment. Invoked using the Python option. The default is to use copy on Windows platforms but Symlinks elsewhere. If instantiated some other way, the default is to not use Symlinks.
So it reads it perfectly this time because I specified the Python. If that was the only difference, and I will see it right here. And then
This class exists to allow virtual environment creation to be customized. The constructor parameters determine the building's behavior when called upon to create a virtual environment. The builder makes the system global. Site packages CIR are available to the created environment. Invoked using the Python option. The default is to use copy on Windows platforms but Symlinks elsewhere.
so it reads that text that I just displayed on this screen really nicely this time, whether you type it from the binary level or using Python in front of it as an interpreter, because it still opens Python on the first line as interpreter to work on it. In fact, this was good testing that we did. The only issue was with the GI module, and that was showing. Now I'm going to look at the GI module to see if that feature, when we enable it, that actually allowed the GI packages to be seen also there. So let me see, I say Python, and then import play sound. So I could do import play sound and then say play sound.play sound method, the package name, and then the name of the file says my actually venv.text.mp3. Yeah, it still gives you the GI, meaning that I have to go as root and then install the GI modules there. And before I do that one, or any additional package that I need to install, since I know that my script works with this way, I don't need the play sound. I could just say, okay, that's great. So list the packages that are currently there, because we just run it correctly. Playlist dash dash format is equal columns. So these are the packages there. I don't need to do the play sound. So in this case, grep -i play sound, I'm going to uninstall that package because I don't need it. So I say pip uninstall play sound. So it is asking me to confirm. Yes, I want to confirm. But again, I'm not root. It is not doing some of the modules that's outside of the scope of this. It says permission denied, as you can see here. So I'm going to do a sudo, and then pip uninstall play sound. And then I'm going to type in the password. So I get into a sudo access. And then this one, because it's requiring that I have to set my environment to use play sound PIP3, and let's see if the permission was okay. It successfully uninstalled it, as you can see right here this time. And then if I just use the up arrow and then look for the play sound, it's no longer there. And all other packages are still there. Only the play sound is not there. So at this time, I know that I like this. My code works with it. What I could do is just do a pip freeze. Pip freeze is telling the system to just get all this information, put it into a file called requirement.txt or something. So I could just say pip freeze. Now it's going to list all the packages that are there that work on my system. So this is the list of the packages that I need to have on my virtual environment. So then I could just work with the code and it works next time. So at this time, I could just say the code worked, everything is there. I'm gonna right here on the virtual environment. Sorry, I had to do the commands here. Pip list dash dash format. Even though I did it on this other command, it is in this shell is the same thing, columns. But I want to show you that play sound is not there. List dash dash format is columns. Okay, so this one is going to show that, and then if I do a grep -i for play sound, it is not there. Oh, actually it's there. So this command actually did it on this one, which is not inside not the Python virtual environment. So which Python will actually give you this version. I want to do it here. So let me, you see that this virtual environment. So I want to do it here, which Python This is inside, not Python, which Python? And notice that this is inside here. The one that I want to take out from here is a sudo here, and then pip uninstall. And then since it's looking for PIP3 with sudo privilege, PIP by itself is using PIP 2.7, and I have to do PIP3. So uninstall and then play sound. And then type in the password. So on this system that I did here, I don't need the play sound, otherwise I would reinstall it. Whenever you work on your virtual environment, it's important to see. So cannot uninstall, requirement play sound not installed. So on the play sound, it says it's not installed, but earlier when we did this one with grep play sound, it did show 1.22, and it still does. So what is happening is that virtual environment knows that it's there, but the virtual environment is not allowing me to uninstall it as a regular user. Let's see if I could do as regular user without the sudo. PIP3, I could say pip uninstall play sound. It is going to look for the permission. This time I did it virtual environment. Earlier, not sure why this one, oh, I had the sudo privilege. Cannot do that one. So that's why. So this one is going to do it, and it is done. Now I just list it again. It is not there. And I list the same packages again, say show me these ones, and then it shows all of them. And so now I'm going to be ready on my virtual environment, which is on this directory called VENV, everything. And then the files outside of the project, inside the project, but outside of the virtual environment are all there. So what I need to do is at this time say pip freeze. So I'm going to freeze it up with this information right here. Everything is the packages that I need for this project. I say copy, and then since I'm on this directory, I could go outside here, and then I activated the package from this directory, current directory. So I'm gonna deactivate the project because I already froze it, and then I'm gonna create a file called requirement.txt inside here and do that. So deactivate and deactivate is the command I want to run. Notice as soon as I type deactivate, it changes my shell back to my regular shell. And then if I just say, if I say which Python, now I'm on my system, not on the virtual environment. Which Python, it is showing that path. And then since I did that one, I'm gonna just try to, I could delete the virtual environment and then recreate it, but I need to first say, open up a requirement.txt so I could duplicate the information on another machine or on this same machine here. So vi, let's say requirement, the name of the file is requirement.txt, and then the contents of the requirement.txt is the list of the packages that you freeze. These are all the package name with the version name. That's all it is, the syntax. So you save that one into a requirement.txt, and then now this file is there, requirement.text. This file is there, and let me just do a word count on it, cat minus n. It is 27 lines, and if I just have that file ready, something is going wrong there. Okay. Sorry about that. Somehow I was getting either a phone call or something on the new phone. I had to turn it off. So now I'm getting this CIS 012 directory, and I'm on here. I want to just say, let's move that file or remove it. I'm going to just temporarily go to my project. I could see my underscore project. I could temporarily say CD to this one, and then all that I need to do is just either remove this one, the content of this VNV, if I want to create one from scratch again, or just rename it or something. So I want to tar it up first, say clear screen, and then tar up tar CVF virtual env dot 523-2020.tar and then VNV. So this will just create a tarball tape archive of it as a backup for everything that is here. If I want to put it in a GANZIP file, and then I could put extension of the GZ for GANZIP and then put a Z in here, that will automatically do it that way. Or I could just do it in 2 steps, do a gzip on it afterward. So it doesn't matter how you do it, it's your choice. Right now it's just creating a tar GANZIP of that file, all the directory that are there for that Python modules that I used. So this is the entire system together. Now it is just put into this tar GANZIP file. I can even say GANZIP of it, a GANZIP, and then this information, this file, and then that would automatically just create the gzip file for it in a smaller size. So the size is going to be compressed now. I could also put ampersand after this command. So it runs in the background and my command is going to be passed, but it doesn't take too long, like you see. Is there. Now you have a .gzip file. And if I just do a file or star.gzip file, it shows that it's a tar GANZIP file format. Unix GANZIP file tar archive. And GANZIP compressed. And now you see the size is smaller than what it was originally. So now we have that one. I could just either RM that the things, then I can unzip this one, or I could just temporarily move it virtual env to alt. Say move virtual env to virtual env dot previous. So now we don't have the virtual environment anymore there. Let's see if we could just make the virtual requirement on a different directory structure or on the same directory structure, because we created the requirement based on the outside. Let's just say we gave a different name to start with. I'm going to come outside here. I'm going to say Python -m virtual env -r This time I'm going to say -r requirement dot text, and then my project, I'm going to say lowercase my project, all in one text, and a lowercase virtual env. And then notice this is going to error out because what I need to do is use the PEP command and instead of virtual env, because that is -r is not understood for virtual environment. So this one is going to be pep install dash requirement, and that is going to install that one. And valid name, it looks like a path does not exist. So I'm going to create that path to see if that is going to all it needs. So I say make dir path first, and then I'm going to try it. So the requirement is going to create it on that environment. Looks like that path doesn't exist. So that looks like a very good thing that it needs maybe my project as the virtual env. Let's see if we do this and then give it this name, my project. Looks like that path does not exist. So it did not run it with this. Um, okay, so I believe what is happening is that since we phrased it for that path, it looks like it's looking for a directory name with that information, and then as a result, it's going to find all the Python packages that was on the requirement, and is going to try to meet all of them by downloading and installing those packages. Let's check on it afterward to see what's there. So permission denied. This is a problem with permission. Let's see if the inside my project, what how much of it was it available. So VNV.text, it looks like it did not do anything here, and gTTs. Okay, sudo. Let's see if the permission we could match it with sudo space requirement, and this is going to install it in the current environment. I don't want to do that one, so I don't want to do that, and I want to just create it on a new environment. Okay, so Python dash m virtual env dash dash no dash install, and then we want to just use install my project already there, and then virtual env I want to name it, and that would install it. And let's see if it reads the file requirements.txt. Symbolically prompt, and okay, so Let me just look it up something quickly. Pip install dash or requirement. I think it is maybe not a pip, it's a requirement. Paperless. Pip install requirement.txt. Okay, so this one is actually, yeah, pip and install dash r requirement.txt is the argument, but why is it saying that the path doesn't exist? Install this firstly. Okay, pip install dash requirements.txt. Oh, requirements.txt is anybody is talking to me? Let's see. Okay, no. So coming back here, let's see, requirements.txt and pip install. Could not open file, no such file. Requirements. Require. See, move requirement to requirements. Doesn't make sense. That is exactly looking for that word. One.txt requirements. You never know if it was written for that purpose. It might still give you some information, but yeah. So the file is there. I'm going to just this time go to my project, and then here I'm gonna make dir virtual env, empty virtual env, and then try this one inside here. Pip install. This is not gonna just do the options. I have to create the virtual environment first and then do that one. That's how it works. So let me just clear this one out. I'll show you exactly what it needs to be done. So rm dir virtual env, and this is how it was written. Maybe that's what is expecting us to do. First, the file name has to be called requirements.txt, that we know. And then when you pass it on, the argument, the virtual environment has to be originally created with the VENV with certain names, and then you just load it in there. Whether you name it this or something else, it may not matter. So let me do rm dir my project, and since I just created that one, this time I'm going to try it inside here. I'm going to say Python -m virtual env, and then I'm going to call it my project 2 / virtual env. So the module that I'm going to create it is called Python -m virtual env and this. And then The name requirements.text or requirement.text or r.text, I don't think that matters, but this is more important. So that this environment now, I just did it in order for me to activate this one. I have to ls minus ld, and then this directory, it just got created. Um, so my underscore project2 slash virtual env, it is there. And let me show you the contents of what is inside here. Again, inside here, you have the slash bin, the slash activate, and all that other stuff and that are there. So I'm going to activate it from this directory using activate command, using source first, and then my underscore project 2 slash virtual env slash bin slash activate. This will change my environment to VNV and then those paths. And now you see the path is there. The virtual environment, I still have to create it. Say what modules I want to bring up to import to this activate project 2. So in this case, if I say which Python, you can see I'm inside the project 2, not project the earlier. And if I say which PIP, I'm going to get that one. So if I say list PIP and then format is equal and then columns, this one is not going to give me the big list that I have in the requirement.text that I earlier freezed. This one is going to show me only the 2 default one. So PIP list, I missed the PIP here, and then I put it the other way around, PIP list. So now you notice that it's only 2 of them, right? So this dash format, you have to put it exactly like it is telling you. So format columns at that. So now I know that that is there, and I'm on this current directory. What I need to do is now use PIP to install the packages that I put it on the requirements.text. And then here on this directory, but now do this PIP list. I'm still inside virtual environment. I don't see anything. I'm going to do the PIP install -r requirements.text. That will just give you the packages that needs to be installed. Since I activated it, it knows exactly where to do it. Earlier it was saying that path was not found because I was not inside my virtual environment that I wanted to install these packages there. So I used most of the lab myself while I'm demoing this one for you. I hope you're following me and pausing the video whenever you need to, or just go back to the documentations and learn more from it and understand it. This one now I have the same pip command here. I run it and now it's going to be showing the 18 packages that was originally I frozen, and that's good. You can see that there's a lot of the packages there. Notice that I was telling you that pip installed the things. That was telling every time. So again, pip install -- upgrade. Since it's a new environment, it's just gonna show again because for every time you have a different environment, you run it, that is gonna just pop up and say, you need to upgrade because you have an older version of PIP. So now it's there, and then PIP list is gonna not complain about those ones. And then if I do a word count on it, on the list of the packages, it's about 20 because of the version and package information or there. Actually, it's more because on the list also, I must have added more. So let me see how many on the requirements are there. Word count minus L requirements.text is 27. So 27, if I just go up here with these other information, minus 2, that's 31, that's 29. And then let's see what other things are there extra. And then the file was 31 of them. What I could do is say freeze and then do a word count on it. See if that is the same thing as my other one. PIP freeze, and then that would word count minus L. 27 exactly. So if I do PIP freeze, because the version and other information is not there, you see exactly there. And if I just send this one to a r.text as a requirement comparison, then look at the requirement.text file. There are two files, they're identical. You can see the size. And the way you know it is you do a diff between your requirement.text and r.text, a new one, there's no difference. Echo $ question mark is 0. No difference between them. So that's good. It just did the packages there. And how we know that it did it in the right place, I did it on the my project _2, and then right here is the directory where it is done, VENV. I'm still inside here, VENV. And then now, notice that the other binaries that I have is not here. So meaning that I have it on my my project 1. So inside my project 1, I could copy the files and bring it here, or I could go reactivate my project 2 and then do the same thing there. And if I just need my project files from there, I could just say copy my _project / text to audio.py, bring it up here. It did not find it. Let me see what is the reason. Yeah, so it's 2 level up because I have to go 1 level from virtual ENV out, 1 level to that, and then come back here. Now that finds it. Now on this file is there, but the audio file is not there. So if I just run text to audio.py, the text file is not there. It's going to say no text file. Now I'm going to copy the text file also. I believe I named it something like, what was that file? Information was for text file that we created. Well, I forgot the name. So I'm going to do that ls-ld star.text here. Star.text. That's a faster way to check it out. You don't have to virtually ENV that we created. So I'm going to do another copy of that one. And instead of this, I say virtually env.text, bring it up here. Now I have it. Now I run the same Python script here with this, and it's going to read it. And if it does read it, then I know that my code was deployable on another virtual environment and it was successful. But let's see. Okay, so the input file I have to give is virtual env.text. So the first time it loads it, it just it does not read it as you should be, but second time I believe it's a buffering issue. So let me just put Python in front of it to see how it reads it from there. Python. Okay, so it might be just a permission issue because I'm doing it with this, and then the executables that we last time run it is there. Let me try it with the sudo um, Python and then / text to audio .py and then a VENV .text. So I got something. Text to audio. Line 10 out file. Print. Playing the out file. This invalid syntax. Let's see what's going on here. VI line 10 printf. Doesn't make sense to do it with a sudo differently. Sudo vi text to audio.py. Where is it? Oh, vi text to audio.py and line 10 printf formatted, playing the sound, the out file, and then the out file is not passed on. That is the problem. See what is going on here. Same syntax that works on this one. Out file is there formatted. Text to audio.py. Print playing this. I'm going to do this. Print playing the okay, so we did that syntax saying playing the out file down, out file now, and run it again. Oh, the reason is this one is using that format with F. you have to have Python version 3 or later. So sudo Python is going to just say this is version 2.7. That's the problem. So when you do it with that syntax, it does not understand the new function f parameter to do it that way. So the original syntax was accurate. I didn't need to do that way. And then I just changed it to work with version 2 also. But I could have just done, right now, this is not going to complain line 10 because I changed the code to run differently. But since line 3 module, from this one, no module from named gTTs, because that module, if I just here, let's say PIP list dash dash format is equal columns, and that one is going to work within that. But if I just do it with sudo, it's not going to get me that because I have to use version 3. So that's another thing that when you're running aliases, you have to watch for these kind of things. So in this case, if I just use this command, Python 3 here, and then give this name, it's gonna work, even if I just change it with.
Exists to allow virtual environment creation to be customized. The constructor parameters determine the builder's behavior when called upon to create a virtual environment by default. The builder makes the system global type packages CI are available to the created environment using the Python Apple option. The default is to use Chrome for Windows platforms and Symlinux elsewhere. Instantiating some other way. The default is to not use Symlinux.
So I could just say, instead of just doing cat minus n text to audio.py, if you look at the line 10, for example, grep 10, that line 10 is basically, I just changed the format. I could just put it back to however it was, and then the syntax would be print, and then followed by the function f, either single quote or double quote, whichever you choose, then some variable string, followed by some out file, and then followed by more string, and then close it. That syntax would work. Another way, I could just go and copy the file from the backup previously. Let's see if the copy is there, textaudio.py, and then one more. Yeah, this one is going to bring a new copy of it, with line number 10 is going to be different. So now if I just do a cat minus n text to audio.py and grep line 10, now I have the f function with out file inside the braces, and everything else is within the code. Although this is a text string, you could put whatever you want. And then if I just run it with sudo privilege, like I did here, to display it, it's going to be okay.
This class exists to allow virtual environment creation to be customized. The constructor parameters determine the builder's behavior when called upon to create a virtual environment. The builder makes the system global. Type packages CI are available to the created environment using the Python Applet option. The default is to use copying on Windows platforms and Symlinux elsewhere. Instantiating some other way. The default is to not use Symlinux.
Okay, and then there's a newer version of it. It's called PIP3. PIP3. So if I just I'm done with this one, and now I'm on this environment, I say, yeah, it looks good, it works. I could say deactivate, but I have to be outside of this directory. If I run deactivate here, it's not going to recognize it. Watch, deactivate, deactivate. It's actually did it inside there. It's fine because my environment, the virtual environment, deactivate this command that's available within the virtual environment. So it did it, and then now I'm back in my current directory that I was there. I could say cd dot dot and cd dot dot, and now I'm on my requirement files and everything. So this one is the new environment that I have done. I'm going to save this information, whatever name I give it. I believe it's something. Originally, it's going to just create it in there. So this my project the text, unfortunately, is too long. I mean, I cannot put all of this one to the website. If I just do a word count on it, it's 6,569 lines. So I could do a more on it to show you some of the information. It's all on the video, but because some of the information is a lot of the installation, it's just extra data that we don't need it. I could sometimes maybe get time to clean it and just only put the pertaining commands or the important commands, essential things that you need to do it. And then that way, Control C out of this one, clear screen, and then I have that file. So we did discuss the ENV, virtual ENV, and extensively covered a lot of the demos we did, and then we covered the scripts itself, the modules, and then PIP and PIP install virtual ENV. I need to also talk about the new environment called PIP ENV. That's something new and that has a lot of other features that the old legacy virtual ENV that we just used. It is going to be kind of someday it's going to be deprecated, and instead it's going to be used with PIP ENV. So let me just show you something here. PIP list and then pipe, actually dash format is equal columns, and then pipe grep minus I PIP ENV. This PIP ENV is not installed yet, but let's see if we could just create using a PIP ENV something to install it, and then but the package itself is has to be installed first. So let me try to do ID here, which PIP dash version is there, 3. So I'm using the right one. I'm going to say PIP search PIP ENV. Before I do that, let me capture this information as well. So I'm going to say script PIP ENV dot dash info dot text, and to list them first, host name. I'm on this machine, and I could say cat etc os dash release, so I know what operating system I'm working on. It's important to know all that, because when somebody says that I need these packages, you say you need it for CentOS, you need it for Red Hat, you need it for Solaris, you need it for Windows, which platform. So it's important to know the OS that you're working on. And then once you get that information, I'm going to say PIP list currently dash dash format is equal columns to list all of them to see how many are there currently. I think it was 20 altogether, or maybe more because I installed some more stuff. So yeah, it's 19 there. So taking the version out is 18 actually. And then at this time, let's do one more thing. We did the list, and then we want to see if grep minus I PIP ENV is in the list. And then we could search for two things. PEP search, it's not in the list, for PEP ENV to see if there is a package called PEP ENV. And you can see there's a lot of things that has the word PEP ENV as the string like this. Okay, but whether the actual string itself is started with grep minus I, and then I could say start with PEP ENV. That is, if the word it starts with, then it's gonna find it. So there's no one word PEP ENV, but there's PEP ENV tools, PEP ENV. So a lot of combination of a lot of them. And since I'm logged in as my regular user account, it's not gonna do that when I do the install on it. So I need to just say sudo and then su. I don't need to do dash because I want to keep my current environment. So sudo dash. And now I'm root. I could just, I'm on the same directory. I could say pep install and then pep env. There's also search for virtual env. You will see VENV and other ones. Okay, it's nice that it's installed successfully. Now I can up arrow with pep list dash dash format, not up arrow actually, because I'm on a sudo access. I don't have that command. And then I just say columns. Now it's there, 19 plus 1, 20, maybe plus more because pep env version 2018 is there. Grep minus I pep env. Now I'm seeing that version it's installed successfully. So you could get a list of those commands, pep env with dash h or pep env, sorry. That is actually not part of a binary, so it will not show it is part of a module that is there. In order to get work on it, I have to do Python dash m, and then which module I want to use, pep env in this case, and then I could say my pep env slash pep env. Let's try to see if we could create another environment with pep env, name it like that. Actually, I missed the install command here. Install is the argument with pep env because we want to just create that environment. Creating virtual environment for this one. Notice how nice this one is comparing to the older one. This one, it says creating a virtual env for this project, and then the pep file name. It created a pep file, and based on this pep file, I could just say what or packages later on I could add or remove or change to certain version, and then upgrade it or work on it differently. This pep file is very important file for this project. So it created this one, and then it says using Ben Python 3 to create the virtual environment. And then it is working on the creating the virtual environment here. After it is done, it says successfully created. The virtual environment location, you can see that it is giving you a name of this location shared object. Creating a project. but because I gave it installing this directory, my environment is there. The virtual environment temporary that is created till I deactivate it is this. And then later on, it will be just wiped out. And it's, notice under the user ID, it creates under the .local file for it. But this is what I'm interested on, my PEP PEP files. And then somehow it says invalid requirement parse PEP. So this one did not understand this PEP there. Let me change that one to see what it, my PEP slash, yeah, it did not create that directory there. So let me call it just slash env slash virtual environment. So I'm going to call it a virtual environment and try to create it this way. Virtual environment does not. So at this time, I'm going to only give it the project name, PEP. And let me make sure that that directory is not there. My PEP my PEP yeah, it's not there. It might be like you have to create it, but let me try it without this, without creating it. See if it needs to create it. Installing it. It's yeah, no, this time is working because that package got created and it was successfully created, and now it's already usable, reachable, and could not find the version that my.env PEP raised. So I'm gonna do a make dir my PEP env and then run this command. If it needs the directory to be there, does not make sense, but I think the syntax might be a little bit different for my env. Okay, so let's see if we can catch it from the errors. Okay, I'm not gonna give any information here. PEP PEP install. So env install, and then see, I'm gonna say make dir minus p my PEP env slash virtual env. It does not make sense this way, but I'm gonna try it. See if it is looking for subdirectories as well or not. No. So let's see an example of PEP here. Google.com. PEP install. So the PIP file that I was saying that's important, that one is the one being used as input when you run. You could do a PIP ENV with the project file as well. PIP ENV install request. That would install only the packages that are there, but user dash upgrade PIP install. We already did that. You can do addition packages this way too, with pip env install and then the package name brew, and then for using the brew is for Mac OS X. Yeah, the arguments that we could see dash dash virtual environment to see the environment, like we were seeing local this root dash pip install, creating it. Okay, so the syntax I'm going to use in this case is clear my screen first and then do a pip env dash dash install. Not dash dash, just install. Python dash m pip env install. To L. Okay, so it's doing the packages dev machine first. It still gives some warning. Was this one pip this one dash dash now so the pip install pip env install did it dash dash pi or dash dash virtual environment. To see our virtual environment, we could list it and then use the run command to activate it. Install, and then this one is my test is to dash dash dev. You could do that way, and then that way when you are done with the deployment, the development environment is not exported there. So let's just do Python this and then dash dash my project 3. Could not do find a version that matches my pip env. Where's my pip env I did? Oh, because earlier we talked about it on the local root type thing it is. Let me just say root.local. Since that gets created, those information is causing problem. So I could just say local and then the lib, all the Python 3.8, everything is there. So move root.local to root.old local, and then run this command again. Okay, so this time it's successful because it creates a new root directory, and it's putting the packages, the virtual environment there, and now it is better than before. Let me see if it is still created root.local there. Yeah, it does created the file separate and newer, but uh, the options that now it is there available, you could do a test on it, PyTest, and do a graph on it. There's more information. I'm going to just stop on this one at this time and uh, run these two commands just to see if it does show my virtual environment. PIP where, and then virtual environment, and then --pi to see if the Python binaries. If the PIP is still going to be a problem because I cannot run it directly, and then I need to do with the command Python in front of it. So let's see, show which PIP and it's not there, so the PIP by itself is not going to work. --pi, this will not work. Most likely that's a different environment. The way the person is doing it is already inside the virtual environment, which means that right here maybe the person already activated the thing. So right here, pip graph check RM Python 3.7 where PIP and then bear -- version verb man pip -- Python. Yeah, this is pypy.org. Let's see if there's a pip run print env and then pip run command run the virtual environment that we just created. Yeah, pip env shell is the one that I was looking for run, and then the dash version, and then inside the shell, once we get in the shell, then we could just do all of those other commands. So that's what we're looking for. And here you could just say your Python script right here, the way we did it, we just say this time we say shell. And now we're activated on a different shell. So now if I say which Python, you could see it is inside this user root shell, which pip is there. And then pip env commands that was not working before, now it should list it pip env command not found. So it is inside that binary maybe. So what I need to do is here do a pwd and then I'll go which pip env, and that's not in any of the binaries, and then which Python, I have to type in the which command correctly, which Python. Now if I just look at the /root/.local share virtual envs /star y/bin. Just to list those ones, there's activate in other ones. So I have to activate it in order to use it more. And then let's do a source on it. Source of this. There might be other command for PIP to activate it, rather than just the same way the old system. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to run it like that. And Python-version shell is there. Update, outdated, PIP packages, requirements, install. So you could do that, and then install request is 1, 2, 3. So what we need to compare is the difference between the two, what are new features that are supported here. Uninstall lock is similar to freeze. We use the shell to get in, and then the actual command might be pip run. You could say pip activate environment. So let's see if how to manage your Python project with pip. Install pip cd to project pip install, beautiful on this one. Uninstall lock, install dev, install dev dash shell run which pnv. Yeah, run was the command that I was looking for, and it is there. But which Python? Run Python the project, keeping it simple. The pnv run which Python. You can also invoke a shell command in your virtual environment without explicitly activating it first by using the run keyword, for example, run which Python. So we could have done that. We did the option of activate, that's why we're there. And if I exit out of here, it will just kick me out of the virtual environment PIP, which makes sense because equivalent to deactivate, they have exit here. So I could say source, and this one, instead of shell, let's say run which Python. That also run my Python version within PIP and activate my env. In that sense, it just shows me the path, but it does not activate it. So let's see if I just say run without the shell, and it is not going to work this way. So run only say which one command. If I want to say show me the path to pip version, it will say that this is my environment. And then I could say shell to get into a shell, and then now I'm inside the pip environment. So this side and this and here, I could say which Python. It is going to show me the path to that one, which pip. It is similar to the other one, right? So then I could say pip list to get the list of the packages. Format is equal columns, and then now this would be a smaller list because I haven't installed the packages there. So now instead of using the pip, I could say pip env install, and then let's say gTTs. And then that is not going to work because I have to use first pip to install it. and then inside here it will be available for that package. The package name is PIP3, which is my environment. Now I'm still inside here. I say which PIP, it's I'm using that one, and if I say PIP list dash dash format is equal columns, now I have the gTTs also installed. Column format, and then dash dash column is equal columns. So now I have the gTTs installed. Let me install the play sound. Even though I don't need it, I could install it, or I don't install it. I'm just testing to make sure that this environment gets there successfully. So now it's really nice. I could just say pip list the packages dash dash format is equal columns. I could do that, or after I did this one, I could say those are there now. Do a pip lock. This one is lock is equivalent to the phrase that I did earlier. So let's say pip is locks maybe with S. Let's see pip dash H. It will give you the list of commands, and then rep -I lock. Actually, it's not PEP, it's PEP because I want to do it with that module. So I could say PEP ENV lock. See the lock command here is PEP ENV inside here. I have to do it from outside of the project there because I just installed it there. Shell and install lock. Yeah, it has to be done within the project, outside of the project, so not within. So let's see. Here we go. Now I have it. I'm gonna say exit out of this. I'm back in here. I could say Python-m pip env and then lock. This time because it knows automatically my root partition on /root .local. I have my project information. So now it's gonna lock all the projects dependencies that are on that file. I'm gonna, if I do a shell, it jumps in back in there, and then pip list dash dash format. I should have all the ones that I just installed because I just got into it back again. Actividia, it's available. So in this case, I could exit out of this, and then the rest of it, some of the option that we tried with lock, it did not work. I'll have to cover that one next time. Right now, I'm going to cover one more aspect, and then and just use the rest of the time for one other module that I was going to cover. Unfortunately, we cover so much that I just missed covering the part with sub processes. So in Python, you can just exit out of this and get into your regular environment, and then exit out of that. I'm gonna just later on cover this one next week fully, that it has to work with all the options that was there. Good thing that we tried it, and some of the error that was coming, whether it was permissions or the file lock just got created, and then maybe there was something that it blocked it. I just renamed it, and it allows us. But still, the last part I have to redo it, and then I'll do that next week. But let me just do another script for a sub process.text. So hostname here, we're gonna do which Python, and then Python 3 is there, so I'm gonna run Python 3, get in there, and then I'm gonna say import sub process. Sub process is similar to OS and system. It's a lot more features and nicer way to do the OS level modules, and then you are welcome to use the OS or SES or sub process, your choice. But I'm going to cover it so you understand how to do sub process on Python. And then this module, when it is loaded, I could just say import the sub process as SP or SB, but or SP. However you want to do it, it's just your choice. Let me make it shorter. Say Python import sub process as SP for sub process. So now I imported, I say dir of SP sub process, it's all these functions are there. And then one of the functions that I'm going to cover now is called sp.run. And inside here, you could put OS level commands, and then depending on what OS you're using, whether you're Windows or Linux, you could do this one. And notice that I told you that I'm going to cover virtual environment on the Windows as well. I'll cover that one as well on next week session, because this is too much information to cover in one day of a few hours. Okay, so right now on the sub process, I could say sub process, maybe my process is equal. I could say sub process dot dot run, and then give a command here. Say, since I'm on a Unix, I could say uname by itself, and then just say run this command. If it just run that command, it's gonna just do that. And then I could say print p, and it give me error code and uname arguments. So I could say print args dot p dot args, that will give me uname. And if I just say return code, it's going to be successful. So those are the things. And what are available beside that one, I could say there's a standard outer, the standard error, the args, and everything else is there. So I could check on those ones. But what if I just want to say print p.standard out, and I get the value of none? The reason I get a value of none is that my p, when it was created, if I just say uname minus a, now this is going to generate an error. Is because it's not running inside a sub shell. In order for me to pass on more argument to it, I have to run this one in a shell. So the syntax would that be say shell is equal true. Now it's going to run that command, and it is going to just give me the detail of uname minus a. If I change the uname minus a to uname minus s for system, it just give you that. If you just change it to -r, it's going to do that. So now, instead of just keep changing this one, you could just say command is equal, and then you put it into a list. Okay, so the list would be a combination of commands that is saying that uname dash a, for example, and then if you want to get just another command at the same time, you could just say pwd and see if more than one command can be passed on. But because this command is going to have to run this in a subshell, is gonna maybe require a semicolon right after this to do that one. So let me try it first without that and then see what it says. Here now I'm going to pass on this list as a CMD as argument. So it says uname was mistyped. So let me just correct that one here. Uname is corrected. And then here run it. And now notice that it did happen. And at the same time, I want to run one more command. I'm going to just say run who command. So let's see if it does more than one command at the same time. It is actually not doing it. So what I need to do is right here, try to separate it by semicolon, saying that in Unix, when you running multiple commands, you just have to separate it with columns. So now try that one. It's still not doing it. And the thing is that when this one opened a process and a shell, it opened only one shell and it terminated as soon as it executed the first list there. So in order for me to do it in multiple commands, say command 1 is equal an array of say uname minus a, and then uname, I could say this one followed by dash a option, and then the next one cmd is equal let's say this one is also taking two commands. cmd2 is equal I'm going to do a who and then followed by a dash r run level. So if I want to see those two output on it, I could just provide this one. Let's see, CMD, I need to do an equal here. So CMD1 is my list of array that has uname minus a, and CMD2 has the who minus r command. I could just equivalently do the process saying that P is equal subprocess dot run, and then here I could just type in cmd1 with shell as equal true, like that, and then that would just give me a uname argument, and dash a is not passed in this case. CMD dash a was not passed, and I could change that one with an array of something like that, as saying that uname and then followed by dash a. This would make sure that is passed in with that shell. So uname minus a, and if I just do it without the shell, I could do it like this also. Uname minus a, it will run it. So the array of list is not passing in the argument there, and because it needs to be like this. Even though you have it, you cannot put it minus a here. So if I want to run two of them, then maybe I have to do this. Yeah. So who minus r did not get executed, and that is a second command that would be executed. So I could say this one is cmd1, and then cmd1, let me modify that one. cmd1 is that I could just say cmd1 is equal, put the list and say uname minus a, like that. That is good enough for that command. And then cmd2 is equal and do who minus r, and that would cover that. And now say the first p, I could say make it p1, so p1 will give me that one, and p2 give me the command output of um, who minus r, and then who minus r run level is showing there. And then at this time, if I want to just get the standard output information and everything else, I have some other commands here that I can pass on to this standard P for process. So for CMD1, if I just say capture underscore output is equal true, and then run this one, it's not gonna work like this, but let me try this. Shell is equal command 1, and then pass on shell is equal to. Okay, so the capture underscore output is not understood. And then what I could do is say, let me just get the standard output. Standard output is equal, and then say sub process dot pipe. And these are variables that are defined in there. You just have to look for them and then pass it on and everything. Name sub process is not defined. Sub process. Standard out sub process dot pipe is not defined. Let me double check that one, because I did it on different platforms. It may just work differently. So I think I tried it already here. Capture true is equal, also recognize here, and then subprocess shell there. Let me try something like this to see if there's anything between the OS version that are differently working. So exit out of this. I could say Python, and then say import sub process. I want to make sure that I imported it the same way I did here. Import sub process, yeah, sub process dot run. So I did import sub process, and then say this command, and yeah, this is you see the capture is not understood here. But if I just cut and paste this one from the same line here, I did copy, and then I'm gonna try to just say Python here, and then import sub process. Then I paste this information here. So there is the command. It will just run, and then p dot standard output is going to give me the output of all the commands. But notice that this is in a bytecode syntax, so I could say p dot standard output dot decode, and then dot output dot object is a string. It is looking for object a string, so I could say a string of and this decode is not there. There's no attribute decode. Decode. Okay, let me just do this. You could have another text is equal to. I already did that. Okay, the text is equal to, it give you that, and then p dot standard out it will give you now in bytecode, I believe, and then I could say dot decode. Yeah, that is just going to give you online feed characters, volume, serial number, everything. So, and then print p dot standard out is going to list that, and then print that one dot decode of that function is going to actually list it for you in the format I want. So if I just go back to my subpros command here and then do a dir on everything here, not .py, and then that one is there, now I get the list is there. So if I just have a directory there called something else, let's say dir, and I want to just do star.py or star.txt or something, star.txt. And then now it's shorter. So you could control it this way, but notice that this syntax of capture output was not recognized on the other platform and shells, depending on how you use it in the OS commands. So dir star.txt, I'm going to change that one to ls-l because dir is not a Unix command. So it goes to a standard error, ls-l is the output. It still say capture output is not recognized. Capture output is not recognized, text is not. So these ones, if I just do it without this shell, it's gonna work. See, it works there. And then the option that I could do is text is equal to, let's say, if it recognizes that one, no, it doesn't. So this is recognized there, and then I could just say p dot standard out, and then print p dot standard out. It's gonna say none, I believe. P dot standard out, yeah, and then p dot standard out, and then dot whatever variables are there to get the actual output, because this one is coming from a shell, and so that's has to be understood. I could accomplish exactly the same thing with the OS modules, say import OS, and then say import OS already. So we could say os.system, and then put the command name ls-l, and that's as fast as that. So I was asking you at the lab to experiment some of these things at the activity. So look into the lab and then play around with these ones and see the differences between on different OSs, what is available on one, what's not available on the other one. And then if a variable or a parameter is not passed on because one is NT versus the other one is POSIX, maybe certain modules of subprocess doesn't have the same name, so you have to do it differently. Like I was doing it here on the subprocess, I could do it this way, and then I could pass it on into an array, and a list of values, and then inside here you could put any command you want to do it. Say system ctl, and then list or the status, and just say SSHD. If you want to do that, then it give you the SSHD processes. Whether all the processes are up and running or not, and you could do status of just doing this, and then followed by another comma, SSHD, that would make it only to show SSHD. System CTL status SSHD, and then you could do, even with piping and gripping and everything, to add on to it. There's other fields that you could do with the standard error, standard output, and then redirection and everything to make it available. So next Saturday, I will cover additional subprocesses and additional virtual ENV and PIP ENV. Those ones will be in continuation of this. it is just not enough time to cover that many modules with that many examples and that many options on different platforms on a given 3 hours or 4 hours windows. So it's 1:10 already, and I'm kind of tired as well. I'm gonna stop here on the lectures and everything, and I'll just go back to, um, let me exit out of this, um, quit out of this, and then exit here, and exit this information, those information. I may or may not use it, and then I will just shorten it for next time with a PDF file, so you could just see the actual command I'm running, and then we paste it there, and then try it. And if there's some of these ones, we could write it from memory as well as from the list. It will just not have any typos or anything if I tested beforehand. On top of this, I need you to work on that um, homeworks that I did. This one, lecture for audio. Let me just go to the next. The last part, I put it a lab activity that I covered mostly all of it, but still you need to play around with it to see, experiment with it. When you actually do it, it's a lot different than memorizing it, learning it, and looking at it differently. So let me show you this part. On this one, lab activity, I'm expecting you to learn these GTS commands and other ones with it, install it with PIP install, create a virtual environment like I did, and then go ahead on these modules. I don't know if I list the sub-modules here, but sub-module will be covered on the next class. I mentioned it briefly. That's why I covered only maybe 20 minutes on it, but